9. Here we go. Ready? Good afternoon. I'm Doug Shipman, President of the Atlanta City Council, calling to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Atlanta City Council Monday, February 6th at 1 p.m. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
President Doug Shipman. Council members, Post 1 at large, Michael Julian Bond. Post 2 at large, Matt Westmoreland.
Here.
Post 3 at large, Keisha Shawn Waits. Council District 1, Jason Winston.
Here.
Council District 2, Amir Faroki. Council District 3, Byron Amos. Council District 4, Jason Dozier. Council District 5, Liliana Bakhtiari. Council District 6, Alex Wan. Council District 7, Howard Shook. Council District 8, Mary Norwood.
Present.
Council District 9, Dustin Hillis. Council District 10, Andrea L. Boone.
Present.
Council District 11, Marcy Colley Overstreet.
Present.
Council District 12, Antonio Lewis.
Let's go.
Quorum present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The agenda was sent out ahead of time. I would make one note that the fifth proclamation is not occurring today, so we have 4 proclamations. Otherwise, unless anyone has a change to the agenda, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Any discussion on the motion to adopt? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt the agenda with the one change? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt.
Unanimous consent of members present is 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the agenda carries. It's now my pleasure to provide our invocation today, the Reverend Dr. Gregory Pollard of Enon Church. He also serves as the Chief Chaplain for the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Reverend Dr. Pollard, if you would come forward.
I would be remiss if I did not add a word of appreciation for the task that lies before you on a day-to-day basis, to say that I am in constant prayer for our city and for our constituents from the vantage point that we would serve humanity with a clean, conscious heart and a clear, concise mindset and clean and creative hands. Let us pray. Most wise and omniscient creator and sustainer, giver of all life and grace, God of power and might and wisdom and justice, through your authority it is rightly administered, laws are erected, and judgment is decreed. Assist with your spirit the hearts and minds of those who have been elected to serve. May they always seek the ways of righteousness, justice, and mercy. Grant that they may be enabled by your power and your protection to lead our city with honesty and integrity. Then be gracious enough to us that in this time of change and issues and vicissitudes of life that challenge us on every front, we can most certainly be certain that now in days like these, we can't be certain. So grant that we are mindful and cognizant of the fact that a day is not for sale, an hour cannot be purchased, neither can minutes or seconds be bargained for. Every breath we take comes from above. Amen.
While we remain in this spirit of reflection, I would offer to my colleagues any of those who may be remembered who have recently passed. Councilmember Boone.
Yes, I would like to
celebrate the life, legacy, and spirit of the Reverend James Butler, who was funeralized on Saturday. Many elected officials attended his service. He was a minister, a civil rights leader, a native son, an engineer, and loved by so many. On behalf of our beloved Bridget Brown, who is an employee here with the City of Atlanta, and her beautiful mother, Miss Bernice Butler, thank you for all of your support. Reverend James Butler, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
Yes, I would like to also add that we should do a moment of silence for Bunny Jackson Ransom, whom we just lost this last week. And her family has provided me with information for her services that I would like to share. Her service will be February 13th, 2023, Monday, 10 a.m. at Ebenezer. At Sunday, the wake will happen on February 12th at Murray Brothers. And the organization ceremonies will also happen on February the 12th. The Deltas will be at 2 p.m., the Links at 3:30 p.m., Jack and Jill at 3:45 p.m., and 4:30 will be the wake. As you see, she was our First Lady and very involved in the City of Atlanta and beyond. So we would like to have a moment of silence in her honor.
Thank you. Councilmember Amos, then I'll go to Brooke.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, just want to send our condolences to a young man simply known by his Washington High family as Lord. Young man lost his life a couple of weeks ago, senseless argument that ended in gun violence. And that is what's rapidly running through our city. So definitely a word of condolences to them. And then also I must stop and just give our condolences to the family of Michael Gittawan and to the AG Entertainment family. That family has given so much to the City of Atlanta, to the fabric of nightlife entertainment, and also all of the humanitarian and wonderful things they have done for the city. So for him to lose his life once again to gun violence is a difficult time in our city. So just want to send our love and condolences to those families.
Councilmember Faruqi.
Yeah, as part of our moment of silence, I would ask that we also reflect and remember the two pedestrians who were publicly unnamed so far who lost their lives on our streets last week.
Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you. I know we've already spoken about the Dubose family and Dushan Dubose, who was killed walking away from Cascade, caught in gunfire. But I wanted to bring it up again because Dushan was buried this past weekend. He was 13. He was a proud student at Drew, loved by everyone who knew him. And I want to thank the administration, my colleagues, Councilmember Andrea Boone and Councilmember Matt Westmoreland for helping me to make sure the family was taken care of. And although we can't bring your boy back, I know that I am, and my colleagues and I will remain a resource to that family to help in any way that we can. And while we cannot prevent, while we do everything we can to prevent gun violence in the city and making sure that our kids have other options, until we can do that, we'll be here doing everything we can to make sure that family has everything they need. So thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't want the moment to pass without it being on the record for Reverend Butler and Miss Bunny Jackson Ransom. Reverend Butler, as my colleague Councilwoman Boone stated, was not just a preacher of the gospel, but someone who was an activist, a mentor, father, philanthropist, businessman, and an influencer within the sphere of spirituality and the uplift of others. He had a tremendous impact upon my life and political career, and he will sorely be missed. And of course, we send condolences to the Butler family, to Miss Jackson Ransom, who not only was the first African-American First Lady of the City of Atlanta, but was a tremendous and successful businesswoman, an entrepreneur, whether it was in multimedia or in the music industry or whatever field of endeavor that she pursued, she excelled. And she was a gracious lady all during the time, in the span of my life that I knew her. And of course, the sympathies go out to her children and her grandchildren, and all those who love her. You know, the term phenomenal woman gets turned around, tossed around loosely, but if she would qualify for that definition. And so I just wanted to be on the record to talk about them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
I want to make sure I send out acknowledgement that 1 year ago today, Mr. Larry Dingle passed away. I want to send out a prayer to his family and to his wife.
Thank you. Any others? For these and for all those unnamed, if you would please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. If you would now join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will now move to proclamations, commendations, and other awards. First, I would like to invite Council Members Boone and Overstreet forward, and all of those to come forward who are here for the honoring of Valencia Bean. Please come on up.
Will those members of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority please come forward? Members of the 100 Black Women of Atlanta, the National Coalition of Negro Women, the Atlanta section. All those that are here for the honoring of Mrs. Valencia W. Bean. Look at it, look at it. Look at it. Make sure you can see yourself in the camera. And who do you want next to you? Help us count. Carol is the first. Who else is gonna speak? She got 4 speakers.
Oh, we can have it.
On that side. She needs you right there for speaking.
Angela? I'm scared of what that might look like. You stay right there. This is our cluster coordinator, Angela.
Nice to meet you as well.
We might have to double up, go up some. Can they come down there? Yeah, can y'all do double? Double up. Tell everybody to double up. Double up.
2 lines. I bet you that's what double up means.
I know. This is truly a great day in the city of Atlanta. Today, the city of Atlanta honors one of our native daughters, Mrs. Valencia W. Bean, a native of Atlanta, Douglas High graduate, a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, a member of the 100 Black Women of Atlanta, a member of the National Coalition of Negro Women, the Atlanta section. At this time, we will have a video.
Greetings, Sara Valencia. It is my esteemed pleasure to congratulate you on exemplifying excellence for 4 amazing years as Bachelors of the premier chapter, Nu Lambda Omega. Under your effective leadership, you have been able to capture a vision fair in so many ways. You created a fully established EAF endowment for Nu Lambda Omega's first Diamond Star, Moselle Spriggs. You established the Precious Pearls to ensure that all of our seasoned sorors would be shown the respect and honor they deserve, a designation that was adopted into the Nu Lambda Omega chapter bylaws as a special committee. You ensured effective, consistent communication through your chapter correspondence with Monday's messages and Thursday's news you can use. During the pandemic, you pivoted to a virtual fashionetta pageant, and you preserved your chapter's history in its 40th anniversary video presentation. You have embodied "we strive and we do" as your successful leadership efforts led to Nu Lambda Omega being recognized by the Atlanta City Council for outstanding service to the community. And you secured Sara Felicia Rashad's attendance at the Pearls of Purpose Foundation's Pink Pearl Mother-Daughter Luncheon, where she was honored for her outstanding contribution to the arts. And you encouraged your chapter to level up during your administration, while you have done the same as you serve the South Atlantic region as the South Atlantic Region Diamond, Pearl, Silver, and Golden Chairman, the 2022 South Atlantic Region Conference Co-Chairman, and the initiating Bachelors of the historic 218, the largest group of new initiates in our region. Even during one of the most difficult and challenging times the world has ever experienced, you ensured that the work of Alpha Kappa Alpha remained intact. During the COVID-19 pandemic, you united your chapter and forged through virtual meetings, virtual community projects, and more importantly, virtual acts of sisterly love. In the words of our founder, Sir Ethel Hedgeman-Lyle, we have a torch and we should use it to lighten everyone else's darkness. As your time as chapter bachelors comes to an end, I am confident that you will pass the torch to the newly elected bachelors of Nu Lambda Omega, and your legacy of leadership will live on. I hope that you will take some time to relax and collect a few more hourglasses, indulge in a few glasses of that red water you enjoy so much, and cook some of those elegant meals you're known for. But I know you won't rest for long. There are greater tasks to begin and greater laurels to win. And you've already started to take on those tasks in your new role as the chairman of the South Atlantic Region's Membership Experience Committee. Thank you, Sara Valencia, for your steadfast, successful tenure as the 11th Bachelors of Nu Lambda Omega chapter. Because of your leadership, Nu Lambda Omega is poised to soar to greater heights of service and sisterhood. Congratulations on a job well done.
The Honorable Soror Marcy Collier, Overstreet, District 11.
Happy Monday, sorors. Happy Monday. How beautiful, honestly. I love seeing City Hall in pink and green. It just warms my heart. But I just want to read this proclamation. I had the privilege of attending your meeting in December, but this is an honor so nice, we had to do it twice. So here we are. It's in recognition of Valencia W. Bean. Whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize Valencia W. Bean for her service as president of Nu Lambda Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. And whereas Nu Lambda Omega serves the Atlanta community and is the largest AKA chapter in South Atlantic region and one of the largest chapters in AKA worldwide, with an active membership size of nearly 1,000. Wow. And whereas she has 20+ years of multifaceted results as an oriented human resource professional with proven skills in conflict resolution, change management, or organizational development and coaching and training. Throughout the years of service to the sisterhood, Mrs. Bean has implemented several projects and programs that have aligned with the business initiatives and chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated as a whole. And I'm going to skip to the end because we have speakers. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby thank Valencia W. Bean for her unwavering commitment to the sisterhood and her ability to be service to all mankind. Thank you so much for all of your service. And this is yours.
And now, Carol Whiteman Montgomery, followed by Lily Ingram, Carol Johnson Davis, and Rebecca Daniel Duggar.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Carol Weidman Montgomery, and I'm a proud member of the Phi Pi Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. I'd like to acknowledge my basileus, and on behalf of the Basili who served when our presidents who served when Valencia Bean was president of Nu Lambda Omega, I'm speaking today. I'd like you all to raise your hand or in some way be acknowledged, all of the current presidents and former presidents of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority. The fact that you have so many of them here is a testament to the leadership skills and the abilities of Mrs. Bean. I'm going to cut my remarks short. But I would like to say one of the things that you will learn about Mrs. Bean, you're going to hear a lot of perspective. She is generous with her time, with her talents, her skills. When there was my chapter services Coweta in Fayette County, and in 2021 we had a level 4 tornado in Noonan. The Nu Lambda Omega chapter, which by the way is larger than several small cities, were the first group among all the other metropolitan Atlanta chapters, and they all contributed to the relief efforts that Phi Pi Omega led for the victims. They provided so many resources, we needed at least 3 cars and more than 2 trips to collect all of the items they donated to the Noonan residents. When she was working with Carrie Steele Pitt's foster agency and found that during the pandemic, foster children who had graduated and had gone to college had nowhere to go when the schools closed, she came to the Metropolitan Atlanta Bacilli Council and asked for assistance. And because of that, we were all able to serve in Atlanta, even though this is not our service area. And we were able to donate more than $14,000 to these students who had been displaced and had no place to go, and Carrie Steele Pitts did not have the money to pay for them, and they were able to go to Carrie Steele Pitts and stay there while their universities were closed. That's leadership, that's generosity, and that is who she is, and that is what she is. I am proud to call her my friend, my soror, my sister by choice, my ride and die. Thank you.
Ms. Lily Ingram.
Sure. City Council members, distinguished guests, I am so proud to honor our Basileus, Valencia W. Bean, for her initiative, Precious Pearls. As you can see, there are a few of our treasured seasoned sorors on the stage here. Many persons in our chapter will tell you that they are spoiled. They get special recognitions, and yes, they do, because this was a vision and a dream of Soror Valencia. It came from the heart and soul of her role as a mother, it came from her relationship with her mother and her grandmother. These seasoned sorors are here today to honor her for the work that she has done for them. It's been life-changing in terms of relationships, in terms of lessons learned, and the multi-generational dynamic that has been so meaningful and so productive to this chapter. That's leadership, that's love. Thank you, Soror Valencia.
Carol Johnson Davis.
Good afternoon. My soror here is telling me 1 minute, but you know, 1 minute doesn't do Soror Valencia justice, but we're going to try our very best. I'm Carol Davis, and I am honored to be here today to share this special moment with Valencia. Nu Lambda Omega is very, very special to me. I was a charter member of Nu Lambda Omega, and I served as its 4th basileus. And when Soror Valencia was elected to serve as president, I knew that we would be in good hands. She has persevered. She has worked so hard. She has gained the respect of many, many people throughout the Atlanta area. There are so many things I could mention: her political action, fighting childhood hunger, embracing seniors. But what I want to say most is that Soror Valencia, you thanked us profusely at your last meeting, but there are no words that are adequate to thank you for what you have done for Nu Lambda Omega and the Atlanta community. We can't count the number of hours you spent with us, the personal sacrifices that you have made, and what you have added to the body of work known as our sisterhood. We will be forever grateful, and I dare say we are better because of your sacrifice, leadership, service, sisterhood, and love. Thank you.
Ms. Rebecca Daniel Duggar. Thank you. To this esteemed body, good afternoon. I am Dr. Rebecca Daniel Duggar, the 12th president of Nu Lambda Omega chapter, and it gives me great honor and great pleasure to come before you today to talk about the 11th president, someone that I have the pleasure of walking in that path. One word comes to mind, and it's simply tenacity. The quality or fact of being able to grip something firmly. And one of the things that Valencia W. Bean has done is that she gripped our chapter, she got us in line, and she had us do service to all mankind, even in the midst of a pandemic. You've heard all of the various accolades, but it takes a very special person to guide you through a pandemic, not budging one bit. She was able to pivot on her pumps and pearls and get us through that. She was able to do a #4CAP program that allowed students to prepare for college. Furthermore, also giving scholarships to those same children to go to college, all during the pandemic when other organizations shut down. She kept going. And for that, we are certainly grateful. We are thankful, and we also thank this body for honoring her as we have honored her as well. Thank you. Ms. Valencia Bean, will you please come forward? Go, Bo.
Oh, my God. Wow. Oh, my God.
Soror Valencia Bean, you are truly a dedicated and diligent servant. The city of Atlanta salutes you today, February 6, 2023, in the city of Atlanta. Stand right there. Stand right there.
I would say, oh my God, but thank you. Thank you to the City Council. As Councilman Boone stated, I am a native. Very rare, but I am a native, and Douglas High School graduate, Frederick Douglass High School, Councilman Bond. But from that, it is where I learned the heart of service. Benjamin E. Mays was our city Board of Education president, and he taught us that no matter where you stand, you're on good ground. Add to the soil. So wherever we walked, coming out of that educational moment, we learned to plant wherever we stand, because the moment we were on good ground. For my ladies and sorors of Nu Lambda Omega, you know my heart is always with you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for standing firm even through a pandemic, and thank you so much for making it count. I do not take the I always take the we, because if it was not for you, we would not have gotten there. To my presidents of the Atlanta chapters, thank you for always answering the call. Yes, you were voluntold most times, but you answered the call, and I appreciate it. We have our Cluster 5 coordinator here with us, Angela Campbell. She represents all of the chapters, both graduate and undergraduate, here in the Cluster 5 area, and that's over 48 chapters, over 8,000 women. So thank you for coming today and being with us. I stand on firm ground in our chapter. We have our initiating president here with us, Fannie Gilliam. And all presidents who's come after Fannie Gilliam, you know if you got that call, you need to take it. So I thank you for always encouraging and always being there with me. Thank you to all of the other presidents that are here. I know that I have Girlfriends International President, Elizabeth Espy. She's here. Thank you for being here. And thank you for all of the ladies that have come out for the organizations that I work in. This is truly an honor to have you and have this moment. So thank you for everything. And last but not least, we all know that my family, my mother and my brother are no longer with us, but my aunt came to be with me today. So everybody, this is my honor. So thank you for being here. Thank you.
At this time, I would like to just take a moment to recognize Deneen Belcher-Durr, who was my roommate at Tuskegee University, and I love you so much. Gamma Kappa chapter, Tuskegee University. At this time, we would like to take a photo. So if half of us would go to the center so that we can all be in the photo. Go down in the center where the photographers are. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. Photo time, if everyone would go down.
She'll see it.
You can stand there. You go there.
Soros, please feel free to come over to the reception area on the side of the atrium.
Thank you. Because I know that they have a meeting, we're going to switch the order slightly and invite everyone associated with the Atlanta Public Schools CTAE program to come forward. And I would invite Council Members Bakhtiari and Amos to the podium.
This is a good occasion. Once again, I stand here with my colleague from the Atlanta City Council, plus a member of the Joint Committee of Atlanta City Council members and Atlanta Public Schools Board of Education as well. But this is a good day because once again the city get a chance to reach across the street and support those that are educating our future leaders of the city of Atlanta, and that is our Atlanta Independent School District, better known as Atlanta Public Schools. But more importantly, this is Career and Technical Education Month. And as a lot of us know, I'm not going to date myself, but we had a good, robust vocational and technical education system throughout the years, and that has been returned to Atlanta Public Schools, working with my former colleague on the school system, Cynthia Briscoe Brown, and also Matt. He has his head down, but he came by way of the school board as well. One of our proudest moments was to return college and career technical education back to Atlanta Public Schools. So I'm going to be very quickly and then introduce some people and allow them to speak as well. Proclamation, Atlanta City Council in recognition of Career and Technical Education Month. Whereas the Atlanta City Council joins the community in recognizing Career and Technical Education Month, CTE, a collaborative effort to raise awareness of the role that CTE has been readily learners for college and career success. And whereas this style education prepares students by offering integral programs of study that link secondary and post-secondary education and lead to the attainment of industry-recognized credentials. And whereas this month focuses on recognizing those in the community, whereas whether it's high-achieving CTE learners, exemplary educators, or impactful partners that have played a positive influence in CTE by celebrating their accomplishments. Now, therefore, be resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby proclaim February 1st through 28th, the whole month, y'all, 2023, as Career and Technical Education Month in the city of Atlanta, and we urge all citizens to become familiar with the services and benefits offered by career and technical education programs. So that's that. I will actually turn it over to my colleague, Liliana, for any words.
Thank you. I was extremely honored when Councilmember Amos asked me to partner with him on this. Being on the joint committee between council and APS has already been extremely exciting because there's so much that we can do working together, and we're lucky to have a mayor that has set the precedent for that. My goal in doing this, and APS and the teachers there have always been extraordinary and have been amazing to work with since I've taken this position. My goal is always through this type of curriculum training and honoring this month is remembering how through these opportunities we'll be able to continue to cut into the school to prison pipeline and continue to set our kids up for success and continue to remind them that there is no shame in doing this work. There is no shame in working with your hands. And by doing this, by recognizing career and technical education, we'll be setting our kids up for more and more success. So I'm really, really honored that we will be setting aside this month as Career and Technical Education Month. And we will always forever be indebted to our students because we may not be able to take guns and violence off the streets, but we can prepare our kids to live in a world and manage their emotions and set them up for success in a world that doesn't always set them up for that. So thank you all for everything that you do.
Thank you. Council President or any of my colleagues like to say some words, and then we'll turn it over to our elected colleague across the street. So, okay.
I see two South Atlanta people here. And so I'm truly appreciative of this. To understand, I went to South Atlanta High School and we used to have an airplane in the hangar. We were closest to the airport, so a lot of our folks got jobs in aviation the moment they graduated. And so when I see two Hornets, Mr. Pierre Gaither and Mr. Keith Glass, sitting on stage, we know the interest that the City of Atlanta APS has done in our hiring our own folks. We literally hired folks who are from Cleveland Avenue, who are from Thomasville, and they're standing up here and they're leading our education department. Keith Glass is right up under Pierre, but Pierre is the executive director of APS from South Atlanta, from Thomasville. So that's a huge deal. So I appreciate y'all for what you're doing and bringing this back. I can't wait to see an airplane come back into South Atlanta, and we put more cars in other schools. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Cynthia Briscoe Brown, and I'm a lot shorter than Byron. So I am privileged to occupy at-large seat 8 on the Atlanta Board of Education. I want to thank Byron for my former colleague who has moved on to bigger and better things, for recognizing our CTAE department today. I also want to recognize DeJuan Freeman, who's our director of CTAE, Tashara Wilson, the principal of our Atlanta College and Career Academy, Theo Smith and Charmaine Green, our CTAE coordinators, Selena Florence, our assistant superintendent for teaching and learning, Wardell Hunter, who's in leadership development, and we've already called out, I think, Keith Glass and Pierre Gaither, who are responsible for making me and my colleagues look good. I want to thank you for the opportunity to spotlight our APS CTAE department and the significant contributions we make to the economy of Atlanta. CTAE truly lives into APS mission statement with a caring culture of equity, trust, and collaboration. Every student will graduate ready for college, career, and life. Our CTAE students learn specific career skills in 29 different pathways, offered in 66 different programs at our Atlanta College and Career Academy and in our individual high schools, from healthcare to childcare to culinary to engineering to construction trades to cybersecurity. Our kids are prepared for their next step. But it's way more than just those specific skills. Our kids also learn skills like teamwork, self-discipline, and perseverance. In the current vernacular, I think we call that adulting. Through work-based learning here in Atlanta and across the world, they learn there's a world out there that they can be a part of, participate in, and contribute to. And every one of our CTAE graduates is ready, willing, and able to strengthen our city by holding good jobs and supporting strong families. Because we're always looking for more for our kids, I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege at this podium to ask every council member and everyone here in this room to help us help our kids. Give them internships. summer jobs, school year jobs. Let them shadow you and see what you do. Contribute to sending them to Europe for international career experiences. Do whatever you can do so that they have every chance to become successful like you are. Thank you again for this opportunity, and we look forward to working with the city to make that happen every day. Thank you, Byron. Thank you. Come here.
Okay, with that being said, other than I'm a proud member of Washington High School, probably trained all the people at South Atlanta, but that's okay. We're going to step up front and take pictures.
Thank you. Next, I would ask my colleague, Councilmember Lewis, to step forward, and all of those here in honor of Fulton County Solicitor General Keith Gammage to come forward, please.
And don't be nervous to come closer. First, I want to say thank you to, all right, so this is working now. I want to say thank you to our president for making this possible today for us. Thank you, President Shipman. Today we got our Fulton County Solicitor General Keith E. Gammage in the building. I want to give him a round of applause first. When I look around, I'm wondering how any work is getting done. Because I know for sure we got all the people here that do the work. So I have the pleasure of doing something that all of us would have done. This is a proclamation that each city council member signed, and that doesn't always happen. And so I want to say I got the pleasure of doing something that all of us get to do, and I'm going to be sharing it with the council member whose district our Solicitor General actually lives in, because he actually lives in the city of Atlanta. The Atlanta City Council, in recognition of Fulton County Solicitor General Keith E. Gammage, whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize Fulton County Solicitor General Keith E. Gammage, and whereas sworn into office in 2017, he has continued to strengthen relations with the city of Atlanta and all Fulton County municipalities regarding court system inefficiencies, improve public safety and ushering in restorative justice. And whereas Solicitor General partners with organized labor unions, members of the business community, faith leaders, civic organizations, law enforcement, and elected officials to deliver smart, fair, and restorative justice. And whereas he's assisted members of the Georgia General Assembly in creating and passing Senate Bill 288, expanding the availability for record restrictions, expungements to a broader category of Georgians to include certain felony convictions. And whereas through innovation techniques, Solicitor Gammage has reduced the number of nonviolent inmates in custody, expanded diversion programs, and improved public safety across Metro Atlanta. And whereas Solicitor Gammage receives his greatest reward in service to others. He's a champion of the Jobs Over Jails program and record restriction events where thousands of nonviolent records have been erased, creating pathways to success and reduction of recidivism. And whereas outside of his office of Solicitor General, he invests in the community youth by leading anti-gun violence initiatives and community engagement programs that assist survivors of domestic abuse. He's a man of faith and a dedicated husband, father, and son.
But as Councilmember Bond would say, wait, there's more. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize Fulton County Solicitor General Keith E. Gammage for obtaining smart, fair, and restorative justice, and for ensuring that all persons involved in the criminal process are treated in a courteous and professional manner. So we want to thank the Solicitor General for his commitment to service, his commitment to Fulton County, his commitment to the city, and for partnership. So we thank you very much. Thank you.
And Jason and I are new, so we know we did that part out of order, right? So typically we do that part on the back end, but we're going to reverse it and come back. And so first I'm going to ask if any of my colleagues would like to speak.
Councilmember Westmoreland. Or Councilmember Bakhtiari. Yep.
I know we have things to get towards, get through to get to our agenda, but there is so much I could say about Keith in this office. One of the first times I met Keith Gammage was at an event for APS after the APS security, like police system had been put in place. And our numbers for school to prison pipeline went down because we were actually training officers to work with children, not treat them as adults, not punish them for making mistakes. And that has always been the spirit of Keith Gammage in this office. The fact that you can do public safety, that you can ensure safety without resorting to violence, without resorting to locking people up. And in fact, I've watched this office do everything from expunge records, especially for black mothers, and give them a second chance. And obviously, our state weakens our expungement laws because they don't oftentimes believe in a second chance, but this city does, second, third, fourth, and fifth. And that is why I'm always honored to be at events with Keith Gammage and members of this office, because the work you do is rare and extraordinary and compassionate. And every single time I'm out and about, I see folks from this team out at job fairs, working with kids, ensuring that there's a path to success for our kids, especially our black students in the city, because they are the future of the city. They are the roots of the city. And right now we're living in a time where we're liquidating a lot of our culture and selling it off to the highest bidder. And I watch this office time and time again work to fight that. You will always have a supporter in us. I can honestly say I don't think there's a single person in this building that wouldn't support y'all. And thank you for always believing in a diversity of tactics. And thank you for always believing in diversion. Thank you.
So next is Councilmember Andrea Bone.
Thank you to the Honorable Antonio Lewis, who saw fit to make this very important day happen. On behalf of the people of Council District 10, who Solicitor Gammage and his team, you all have labored tirelessly at the C.T. Martin Recreation Center, Carya Heights, the Fairburn and Gordon apartments, where you all have expunged thousands of records for young women and men. So on behalf of the people of District 10, this is just a small token of our appreciation. Special recognition award presented to Solicitor General Keith Gammage. You have influenced and inspired citizens of Atlanta by going above and beyond the call of duty in responding to and providing exemplary services to the citizens of Atlanta. We commend you on this 6th day of February, 2023. Thank you.
And I know he wants to speak, but not yet. We got another council member, Marcy Collier Overstreet.
Yes, ladies first. We always let Councilmember Bond close it out so eloquently. But I did want to take this opportunity to publicly thank you for all of your service. And, Mr. Gammage is never on just relaxed mode. No matter where I see him, he goes, Councilmember, you need anything? And that means everything. It really does, because that tells me that no matter where we are, what's happening, he will stop and make sure that the people are being taken care of. And that I will follow anytime. The service that you do, and it's intentional. It's not just, showing up. It is giving people what they need. It's being in the right place, doing the right thing. Record expungements were priceless. That's given a whole new life and opportunity to people. So that's just one of the facets of work that you've done over the years. And so I thank you for the service that you provide to everyone and for your just standing on ready at all times. So thank you.
Councilmember Matt Westmoreland.
Good afternoon, everyone. Two quick things. A lot of the work we do on this dais is, is meaningful but abstract. And I got a call from a former student of mine this morning, which is why I'm doing this, who is a direct beneficiary of the expungement summits you have hosted. And we were catching up, and he just said, Mr. West, all I really wanted to do was to work. And his nonviolent record was getting in the way of that, and it's not anymore. And so I just want to thank you for that, and frankly for the spirit that you bring to this work. It's just so powerful and so compelling, and I'm grateful for your service, and I'm looking forward to many more years of it. So thank you very much.
Anyone else, any of my colleagues want to speak? Councilmember Michael Julian Bond.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. I want to thank you for making this occasion possible. To our Solicitor General and his staff, I want to say, add additional congratulations. 100 years from now, when history students look up this day, they'll see your face. They'll know your legacy. But one of the things I admire most about you, not only as an individual, husband, father, lawyer, community crusader, is that when we talk about the work that the Solicitor General's office does, I'm reminded of one of Atlanta's favorite sons, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who started off his career wanting to be a lawyer. Got a C in public speaking when he was over at Booker T. Washington High School, but knew then that the pursuit of law and justice is what is the great equalizer. It is what makes things just. He gave a famous speech at one time where he talked about that that justice should flow like a mighty stream. And that infers that everyone has access to that life-giving liquid, that it's all apportioned out on an equal basis. And I'm going to strongly suggest here today that that is exactly what you do, literally and figuratively, from your perch over on the hilltop over there in Fulton County. Spring Street was aptly named because there's a natural spring that runs underneath where you work. And so from the perch where you work, whether it is in the whether it's in the courtroom, whether it's in the public service, whether it's in the advice, whether it's in the intervention of an unjust situation, you, sir, are the ferryman on the river where justice flows like a mighty stream. And so it's with that, we, via Councilmember Lewis, the City Council honors you today. Let the rivers flow, sir. Let the rivers flow. And with that, I have you always get a pen. So, God bless you. God bless you.
Councilmember Jason Winston.
I just want to add one quick thing since we've already kind of read through this, but I want to truly tell you about the measurement and the commitment of this gentleman. I see him and his brothers on Sundays at the Falcons games, and it takes some serious commitment to continue going to those Falcons games every Sunday. So we thank you for your commitment, so I appreciate you.
And before we pass it to other elected officials who are not a part of our body, and before we pass it to, man, Mr. Gammage brought his mom and dad in here today. Before we pass it to the folks we know that helped build them, right, I get to say something. I met Mr. Gammage in 2016, and I had on a green shirt. I worked for ASME. And I remember we typically did not endorse in those kind of races. We only endorse in city council races and state races, people that could actually help our membership. When I met Mr. Gammage over at the IBEW building, same place I see him every time they have an event, anytime labor's doing anything, he's always in that building. I saw him come every single day. His wording was restorative justice, right? I said, what's restorative justice? I'm a millennial, so I put out my phone and I Googled immediately, what is this? And I'm saying, how are you gonna apply this to that position? And 6 years later, all of us can attest to him applying that to that position. And so I appreciate you for being who you said you were gonna be. And I got a part-time job, right? I try to come in every day. But if I had to get up every day at 5:30 a.m. and start then, his entire staff starts at 5:30 in the morning, 6 a.m. in the morning. They go into whenever the course ends. I appreciate you for the service, brother. I appreciate you for the service you're doing now, the service you're going to keep doing in the future. I can't wait to see what you do next. I pray that you stay right there and you take care of us right here in the city of Atlanta. But I know that the world got a lot for you in store. So I appreciate you for what you're doing. I'm going to pass it over to see if any other elected officials who are not city council members want to speak. You got judges in here. You know what I mean? You got to imagine who we talking about, man. It's a great man. When they say when I pray one day that my wife, I pray one day that when people call my name, my wife will be able to see my friends, right? Because you can measure, man, if you judge the man by the company that he keeps, this man keeps some stellar company. So I pray that one day that we can move the same way. Next up, we'll go to our judge.
On behalf of Fulton County Probate Court, I just want to say that smart, fair, and restorative justice lives here in the city of Atlanta and in Fulton County. Congratulations to Solicitor General Keith Gammage. We enjoy and we appreciate the work that you do. Keep up the good work. So much more to come. Congratulations.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. On behalf of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, I just want to thank you. But even furthermore, I want to speak to the fact that you are a man of partnerships. Because when I was Chief of Staff to the late Fulton County Commissioner Joan P. Garner, you contacted the office and you said, I want to partner with Joan Garner and I want to get out there in the district and help and serve the people. It is truly a public servant leader who wants to give people a second chance. But you give them more than that. You actually give them something to look forward to, hope. Hope, which is something that nowadays we hear our young people saying that they don't have much of anymore. But you give that back to people after they've made mistakes that they think are life-changing in the wrong direction. You help them turn their lives around and go in the right direction towards success. And so for that, we thank you, Solicitor General Keith Gammage.
Any other elected officials want to speak? We got judges in here. Any other judges or anybody want to speak? Okay, so now I'm going to continue the program. Next, Councilmember Waits.
It would have taken me too long to get down there, but
Okay.
I have experienced everything that's already been said today. Truly, every time I see you, Mr. Gammage, you're always spot on, always willing to serve. And so it's a pleasure to serve along with you, and we look forward to seeing what you're going to do next. And thank you again.
Now we're going to get to the important people, right? And so one of the first people that Mr. Gammage that we wanted to speak was Mrs. Brenda Gammage. And she'll be joined at the podium with Mr. Carl Gammage, and her brother will stand as well. Mrs. Gammage, come on. We got a couple of them in here. I apologize. Come on.
Good afternoon. On behalf of myself, my husband, and my son, I just want to say thank you for all the kind words and all the love and support that Keith is getting today. I can call him Keith. I don't have to go to the solicitor. But it warms my heart as a mother. And I just want to say thank you. And to Keith, I want to say congratulations. We're very, very proud of you. We always try to teach him that you can do whatever you want to do. And if that road get blocks, make you a path and keep going. So I just want to say to you, Keith, keep the work up. We're behind you. We love you, and we thank you.
Councilmember Boone would tell me I'd be standing in the wrong places if I take that long to walk up next time, I bet. So the next speaker we'll have will be Miss Andrea.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrea Allaby. I have the honor and the privilege to serve alongside Mr. Gammage as his Chief Assistant Solicitor General, and I just want to congratulate him on this well-deserved accolade. I met Mr. Gammage in Clayton County about, 15 years ago, and it was such a breath of fresh air to see this black man prosecutor teaching and helping young prosecutors not to just look at the file and the case, but to look at the people and to find opportunities on how to help them. And so I just want to say thank you. We appreciate your commitment, Mr. Gammage, your commitment to this community, your commitment to the youth, encouraging them to put the guns down, encouraging them to seek opportunities to better themselves in our internship programs and other opportunities. If you know Mr. Gammage, you know one thing about him. He is a bridge builder, and he believes in partnerships. And he does that with everyone that he meets. He actually overextends himself a little bit in that regard. But it is truly an honor to be able to serve in this role and to help people and to find opportunities to pour into this county and this community. So we thank you for the pouring in. We thank you for the support, and we thank you for everything that you do for each and every person, not just within our office, but in this community and in Atlanta. Thank you, sir.
And I talked about having on that green shirt a little earlier, so I'm going to ask Miss Sandra to come up and all of my labor folks to come over and stand with her. I got Miss Yvonne Brooks and Mr. Richardson, Mr. Eric Richardson, and I thought I seen Mr. Thornhill and Miss Hamida Embry.
Good afternoon. It is indeed a pleasure to stand here in honor of our brother, Keith Gammage. He is a leader. He is a mentor. He is someone that is a resource not only for us, but for our entire community. So with that, I'm going to yield my time to Yvonne Brooks.
Good afternoon. I'm Yvonne Brooks. I'm the president of the Georgia State AFL-CIO. And so we represent all of the state. But I can guarantee you that we do not have a Keith Gammage in every one of our communities. He is a one and only. When I met Keith, Mr. Gammage, he was there coming to us saying, what can we do? How can we partner? He partnered with our apprenticeship programs to help folks get into those programs, to expunge their records and make sure that they were registered to vote. Not registered to vote for him, but just registered to vote, which is very important. And I've met a lot of people. I have never, ever heard one bad word about Keith Gammage. I was in St. Louis enjoying myself. That's where I'm from. And met a young man, and all he had to, was good things about Keith. We called him up on the phone and had another conversation. So, you know, he is a stand-up guy. And to his parents, I'm sorry. I was about to cry because I lost my mother last year, and she wasn't able to see what she had poured into me. And for your parents to see what they poured into you is an amazing feat, and they did an excellent job. I watched him with his parents, and you know, the Bible says honor your mother and father. He does it all the time. He honors his wife. That is a stand-up person, just an individual. And I just want to say thank you for all you do for labor. You never forget us. Sometimes people forget us. Mr. Gammage never forgets us, and we partner. All the things everybody says, partnering, making sure that folks are okay, making sure he mentors our youth. It's a quality that you just don't learn. You have to have it in you or instilled in you as a young person.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eric Richardson. I'm the Executive Director of the Atlanta North Georgia Labor Council, and I'm proud to be a friend, buddy. We have yet to get together and smoke that cigar, though. But I say that because family comes first with Solicitor General Gammage. The times we wanted to get together, it was always something that prohibited that had to do with the family. And I really appreciate that. You know, a man who knows where his priorities lie and the work he does for the city and for the citizens of Fulton County. Whenever he needs help, he can always call on the Atlanta North Georgia Labor Council, and we'll be there and we will have his back. And you can believe that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Tracy Thornhill, Executive Director of ASME. Got a long relationship with Keith. I've been down that road with him. I can't even thank him for the people that I sent to him that he didn't even know I sent them to get records expunged. And on a personal note, I was going through a situation where I was fighting for custody of my son and I had nowhere to turn. And I picked up the phone and I called Keith. And he showed me the way. He put me in contact with people that could help me get custody of my son. I've had custody of my son since 2019. So I want to thank Keith. He's always helping and don't matter. I called him, he answered, and anytime he called me, I'm going to answer him. Thank you so much, Keith.
I'm going to share with you something from the perspective of being a senior woman. You know, Beyonce has a song, All the Single Women. Well, I have one, All the Senior Women. I've known Mr. Gammage actually before he started the expungement program. I got a call from one of our union people that said, there's a gentleman who is the assistant solicitor in Clayton County. He's going to run for solicitor in Fulton County. We called them affectionately Uncle Chuck. And Uncle Chuck said to me, I want this gentleman elected. He said, because when there was a fight to bring MARTA back to Clayton County, and we hired students from Clayton State University, and they went to just door knock and put paraphernalia on the porches of residents, and the residents wanted them charged with trespassing. And this gentleman refused to charge those students at Clayton State with trespassing so they would not have a record. And he said, I want to see him elected. And I said, Uncle Chuck, that will be the job of the Communication Workers of America, Local 3204, where I serve as the political director. I also serve as the president of the CWA Retired Members Council for the state. And I'm so excited because I found myself after that in some good trouble. Good trouble where I went to jail for the first time in my 60s, fighting for jobs, taking over this now AT&T, the Southern Bell building. And in doing that, afterwards, Mr. Gammage, Solicitor Gammage, asked me to come and speak on behalf of his program. And I was so moved by what I heard by a senior woman, one more senior than me, more so than myself. And the woman talked about having been charged with the felony for having X amount of marijuana, I don't know how much, but it's no longer a felony now. But because she was charged with a felony, she could not get into senior housing. And I was so moved until when I stood up to talk to the commissioners, my heart was so moved because I thought maybe one day we never know where and when we may find ourselves in that position. And so from there on, I understood how important it was that records were expunged, that those senior women like me may one day need the support of something that is no longer a crime. And so I say to you, Mr. Gammage, to the family, to the wife, to the mother, senior mother, to the father, thank you, thank you, thank you for bringing to us Solicitor Gammage. And I'm going to speak it into existence, Attorney General.
Thank you, Councilman Lewis. And speaking of that green shirt, I met Solicitor General Gammage wearing that same green shirt, rocking with AFSCME for several years. And so I just want to say, I'm going to just keep it brief. Congratulations to you and your family, and keep up the good work. Thank you so much for all that you do.
So next up, I have the pleasure of introducing the Honorable Keith E. Gammage.
Wow. The good book tells us how good and how pleasant it is when brothers, when sisters, when kindred, those of a like kind, come together in unity. My sole desire is to be a uniter. It's what my heart's desire is, to bring people together for service and to deliver all that we can for those who really, really need us. It is the only reason to be in any role of service. Councilmember Lewis, and to my other esteemed super leader servants on the City Council of Atlanta, today marks for me two things: a true highlight in my career and in my life. My parents moved here for a better opportunity, for my family, and for our extended family. They moved here on my very first birthday. And all that I've heard here today tells me that they made the right decision. And each of us in leadership stands on those great trailblazers. We stand on their shoulders. Councilmember Lewis, thank you so much for pausing the city of Atlanta. I feel like Atlanta stopped today. People went through the trouble of coming here today to honor those others who received a proclamation and to honor me. And by honoring me, you honor my wife, Dr. Shauna Gammage, who remains the very best thing in my life. Her and our son, Kingsley, is why I rise every day. And to pay back those forebears and to pay back my parents and my brother and all of those. Long time ago, right, we used to not have enough money. And hardworking families would beat the check or the bill to the bank. Some of us remember that. You can't do that anymore. Those people are always on my mind, though. The least of these. The people who made a mistake like we've made, they just got in a little bit more trouble. And so while we serve to protect the public it is such a foundational principle of the work we do together to provide those second chances and pathways to success. To my family in the labor movement, I love you. I love you. And as happy you are and humbled and honored I am to get up with fresh breath and do, my wife would tell you I'm working all the time. Whether it's a conversation with a council member, whether it's the wisdom from a judge or from someone in the business community, whether it's a fight with people who are wrongly going after workers' rights, whether it's an issue at the Capitol, I'm way outside, y'all, of this box that says Solicitor General. And it takes so much out of me, but it is so rewarding, but there's nothing we could do without the members of the office of Fulton County Solicitor General. Many of them came as a representative number from our office. I just ask that they raise their hands, please, if you're with the Office of Solicitor General. As I hasten to let the city get back to city business, I want to make this commitment. You know, we got all these issues with increasing crime and violence, and sometimes it hardens our hearts. It hardens our hearts. And there's a pull to be tough, pull to be very punitive. And that's part of the work we do. But today is a landmark that reminds me that we're on the right path. It is a landmark that provides me this opportunity today to make this promise, recommitment. We're going to do even more. No fear. We're going to do more of what's right and what's just and what's honorable and what our community needs. I thank God for each of you, and thank you for this day.
Now, as Councilmember Michael Julian Bond would say, let's do what politicians do best. Let's take a picture. Y'all do it however y'all want to. I ain't gonna tell you gotta go down, but we should probably try to fill this out as best as possible. So we can do both levels. Let's try to fill it out as best as possible.
For our last honor today, I would ask Councilmember Jason Dozier to come forward, and all of those associated with the Arbor Day Proclamation to come forward. If you would, everyone associated with the Arbor Day Proclamation. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Councilmember Jason Dozier. I chair the Community Development and Human Services Committee, and so when I was asked to sponsor this particular proclamation, I jumped at the chance, largely because I don't know if it's a function of shared sacrifice or shared commiseration, but trees have been on my mind all year. They've been on the mind of a lot of our city residents, and I want to make sure that I can support all efforts to recognize the importance of trees in this city. And so with Georgia Arbor Day coming up, wanted to make sure that I played a role in this acknowledgement. And just want to say thank you to the Department of Parks and Recreation for your continued service and support of the City of Atlanta on this work. You know, trees breathe, we need trees to breathe, but trees make our city healthy, our city safe, and we want to make sure our city council is supporting all efforts to not only preserve our tree canopy, but to expand it. And I look forward to working with you all in the weeks and months and years ahead to that effect. So with that, I do want to read this proclamation, and I will tell you all, I've been wearing glasses since I was 6 years old, so if I have some trouble with some words, it's kind of a small font, but here we go. In recognition of Georgia Arbor Day, whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize Georgia Arbor Day on the 17th day of February 2023. This year marks Atlanta's 38th consecutive year of receiving this nationally recognized honor. And whereas in 1890, the Georgia General Assembly set aside the third Friday of every February to plant trees and reflect on the importance of trees in our state. This holiday, first proclaimed by the state of Nebraska in 1872, is observed throughout the city of Atlanta, the nation, and the world. And whereas Arbor Day celebrates the many benefits of trees, which enhance our quality of life by purifying the air and water, preventing soil erosion, moderating temperature, conserving energy, and providing habitat that supports the complex web of life. And whereas urban trees provide shade and beauty in our community and are a source of joy and spiritual renewal whenever they grow. And whereas in honor of Arbor Day, the City of Atlanta has partnered with Trees Atlanta in the 1 Million Trees Initiative, a tree planting and tree conservation campaign. And whereas this tree planting season, the City of Atlanta will facilitate the planting of over 3,400 trees in our community. In the words of Arbor Day's founder, J. Sterling Morton, each generation takes the earth as trustees. And whereas in 2022, the National Arbor Day Foundation bestows its Tree City USA Award to the City of Atlanta for the 38th consecutive year. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, hereby proclaim the third Friday of every February, Georgia Arbor Day, and gift this presentation to the citizens serving to grow and protect our urban forests on the 17th day of February 2023. And in witness whereof we have hereunto set our hand and caused the seal of the city of Atlanta to be affixed. So thank you all, and I want to give my colleagues an opportunity to say anything if anyone likes to join me. With that, any members of Council President Shipman.
Thank you, Councilmember Dozier. And thank you for everybody on this stage who every day does so much work to make sure that our trees are not only planted, but that they're healthy, making sure that they are cared for, new trees are able to thrive in our city. As someone who's long lived on a park, who lives near the Beltline, who enjoys running most days, the trees of this city are truly something special. I was just talking with somebody who had just moved here, and they said from Lyon, France. And they said, I cannot believe what this city is like. I had heard that it was a city in a forest, but it truly is. And I didn't expect it to feel like this. And so we truly have something unique in this city. So this Arbor Day is especially special for Atlanta. And I am very, very thankful that we have such wonderful individuals and organizations that make it thrive every day. So thank you for all your work.
Councilmember Faroki.
It's one of my favorite posters. I got that when I got elected. All the other new councilors should find one of these for their office. It's a pretty cool. All the native trees of Atlanta. It's a neat poster. I'll be brief. One of my favorite quotes about trees comes from the mystic Middle Eastern poet Khalil Gibran. It's not a funny quote, Liliana, but which is, trees are the poems that the earth writes upon the sky. So all of you are poets. All of us in Atlanta are poets in some way. And if you ever have a moment, you know, it's neat to think of trees that way when you step back and you look up, and each one is unique in its own way and creates a pattern and a story that means something different to everybody. But without it, it's a blank canvas. And with our trees, poetry is part and parcel of every neighborhood of our city. So thank you all. Excited that you're recognizing Arbor Day today, and thank everyone for the work they do for our trees.
Thank you, Councilmember Faroki. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Hello, Councilmember Faroki. It's always my experience that you're a gorgeous, gorgeous poet. So thank you for your statement. Well, before I begin, I first want to thank you for Councilmember Dozier for doing this. I want to thank David Zafernick for the impossible work that he does in the Arborist Division for our city department. Honestly, I don't know how you do it. If you need to bill us for your therapy, just let us know. To everyone else here in Commissioner Cutler for all the exceptional work you're doing, getting us caught up, to everyone else here that does this work. I think it's important to state that one of the reasons that Atlanta has not been so harshly affected by climate change, by extreme warming patterns, et cetera, is because of our canopy. Our stormwater runoff, everything we do not place enough importance on what trees do for our climate and what we are facing. We're talking about sustainability and resiliency measures that we need to take that we're far behind on. Protecting our canopy is a very big part of that. One of the initiatives I just launched in my district is mapping all old growth, because as we know, a lot of our trees, a lot of our green space is on private land. So my hope is to encourage those people to keep that green space. I'm also we're also doing a heat vulnerability assessment. I'm really excited to show block by block how we can combat heat-related deaths and energy burden in our city. And I'm very excited to do all that I can to continue working with Judy and others, District 5 person right there, thank you, with Judy and others to do everything we can to preserve our trees and our canopy. And I don't mean crepe myrtles, I mean actual canopy. So thank you all so much for the work you do.
Thank you, Councilmember Bakhtiari. Jason, do you want to come on up?
Yes, please. Going to read from some prepared notes here. Hi, I'm Jason Johns. I'm a Borocultural Manager with the City of Atlanta Office of Parks. I've served for City of Atlanta for 16 years and done urban forestry in the City of Atlanta for the past 23. I'm a native Atlantan. First and foremost, for Georgia Arbor Day, which is coming up on the 3rd February of the month, or 3rd Friday of February, that's the 17th. I'd like to thank Mayor Andre Dickens and this council for helping preserve our city and the forest through two recent tree trust fund acquisitions, Lake Charlotte and Council District 12, and the Southeastern Trust properties in Council District 11. Between these two forested properties, we have both protected and preserved over 405 acres of Atlanta's urban forest. These forests not only provide value in terms of ecological services, as mentioned by my councilwoman, Councilmember Bakhtari, in District 5, but they also offer recreational and health benefits to all Atlantans. And as the number of Atlantans grow, Trust for Public Land has given us guidance for how much parkland and green space we must activate to keep pace. That's why the Department of Parks and Recreation set a goal in the 2020 Activate ATL plan to acquire 275 acres of parkland per year over the next decade. We look forward to acquiring more Tree Trust Fund forest land preserves for the health and well-being of all Atlantans across our city. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you, Jason. Up next, we have Judy with Trees of Land. Oh, David Zapranic with the Arbor's office.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members and members of the public. I'm David Zapranic, Arboricultural Manager for the Arborist Division and the Office of Buildings, Department of City Planning. Our office oversees permitting related to trees on private property, where the majority of Atlanta's extensive and treasured tree canopy is found. We review building plans to evaluate the impacts on trees and preserve trees wherever possible. We also provide guidance for tree planting on private property. In addition, the Arborist Division inspects the issues permits for trees which are dead, dying, or hazardous. There is no charge for that inspection, but a permit is required before removing those trees. Please let us know if we can provide any assistance with questions about tree care and permitting. I wanted to take a moment to introduce and thank our staff, some of whom are here and all of whom take care of our Atlanta's trees. Arborist plan reviewers, Barry Collins is here. The other three are Sean Gaynor, Marty Usry, and Monique Humphrey. Tree Conservation Commission staff, Kathy Evans. Arborist Division permit technicians who take a lot of phone calls and a lot of questions, and we couldn't do it without you, Maya Brown and Shamika Jeter, as well as the field arborist, lead field arborist Peter Stovall, Greg Isle, Patrick Rogers, Andrew Bedson, and Gabe Deeb. I would also like to invite you to pick up a copy of our annual Atlanta's Native Forest Wall Calendar. I put them out on the table outside. They feature beautiful images of the urban forest, all taken within the city limits. These have been very popular since we started publishing them in 2017. And we've only skipped 1 year, and that was because of the pandemic. We have a few available if you would like. In the next couple of weeks, we will also have a wall poster featuring illustrations and information about the large variety of native species of trees that make up Atlanta's impressive biodiversity. In closing, I'd like to thank the council members for all you do to support care of our city's urban forest. And thank you.
All right, up next we have Judy Yee with Trees Atlanta.
Thank you. On behalf of Trees Atlanta, our staff, our board of directors, our supporters, and our volunteers, we'd like to thank the City of Atlanta and its residents, and especially the City Council and our mayor for prioritizing the importance of trees in this city. It's very nice to be standing here today, to be lifted up with others that have contributed to the city, that are clearly marked as important to the city. And we believe that every day is a day for trees, but it's particularly nice to be recognized for Georgia Arbor Day. So as noted, Georgia Arbor Day is the third Friday of February, but in celebration next week, Trees Atlanta will be celebrating every single day with an event that's either educational or active in planting more trees or caring for more trees. So we would like to invite everyone here today and everyone across the city of Atlanta and across the state, in fact, to join us in some way to celebrate these trees and celebrate these members of our community that stand for us and protect us and guide us and celebrate with us each and every day. So thank you for having us here today, and we invite you not only to Georgia Arbor Day, but to also our headquarters, our Trees Atlanta's new headquarters has recently moved to the west side of town at 825 Warner Street, and a community open house will be there on April 22nd, which is Earth Day, which is only second in our hearts to Georgia Arbor Day, and we invite everyone to join us there at our community open house. So thank you everyone here today. Thank you Atlanta, and happy Georgia Arbor Day.
Thank you, Judy. And I think last but not least, we have Commissioner Justin Cutler with the Department of Parks and Recreation.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Dozier. Well, today, in honor of Arbor Day, I think we all recognize that each one of us has our own tree story. And my story surrounding trees really starts, it's one of my first memories when I was about 6 or 7. I remember going out my backyard and touching a tree and the bark of the tree. I remember it being prickly, and I remember ants crawling up of it. And that's really one of my first early memories, even as a child. And it's amazing that trees have that impact on us as human beings. And I think even to this day, each one of us can think back to a time in which we interacted with a tree in some form of special way. And it's in honor of those trees that we celebrate Georgia's Arbor Day, and that we celebrate Arbor Day to celebrate the trees and what they mean to us in our lives. So congratulations to the City Council, and on behalf of the Mayor Andre Dickens, I'd just like to congratulate us as Georgians and Atlantans in celebration of this year's Arbor Day. And since we're giving out quotes, I think my favorite quote is related to trees. The best time to plant a tree was 100 years ago. The next best time is today. So please join Trees Atlanta next week in planting more trees, and let's have trees 100 years from now together. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cutler. So I guess now it's the time we take one of those pictures we like to take. So if we could just come on up and we'll get that portion of the agenda out the way.
Thank you. We'll now move to remarks by the public. I remind everyone that they have 2 minutes unless they have been granted time yielded by others. I'll try to call a few in a row. We'll start with Brother Anthony Muhammad and then be followed by Ron Shakir and Henry Jordan. Brother Anthony Muhammad, my apologies.
I am that I am, a niggas, king of kings, Kemetic, indigenous, antiquity, spiritual being. I command the ancestors. I command the mama of the cosmos. I command the mama of the cosmos who love her dog matter people, the first peoples of the earth. She wants you to know I got your back. The dog mama of the cosmos wants you to know you the first royal family, dog matter people. You are the first royal family before Queen Elizabeth and her family. Let me make it very clear here today that we need to turn back to the will that want to help those that cannot help themselves. I have in my hand here today the miseducation of the Negro. but I also have in my hand here ACOW, Atlanta Commission on Women. When you walk in this city, you see dark matter people all over the street. But we can have people to come by here for these proclamations. You take 3 hours to allow them to come and make themselves known. But would they come and speak up for the poor? Would they come? I even see Mr. Winston making comments today. You all can find ways to encourage those who, what you call, worthy of recognition. I know Mr. Gammage. I go to Concerned Black Clergy, and I respect what he has done. But what about if he had you colleagues and those members to say, let's join on for the real, for the poor? Why don't y'all think it's right to want to help those that cannot help themselves? Why don't you think, Mr. Winston, you can speak up for the one you see passing and living on the street, even in your district? You got people that don't have housing. You got people that don't have affordability to pay for the housing. But is that too much, you miseducated Negro? What did Carter G. Woodson say 100 years ago? He wasn't going to take the money. I'm going to speak up for the poor. I'm going to speak up for the poor. So I'm asking you today, when we going to hear you, city council, speak up for the poor? I greet you as I did not greet you. Assalamu alaikum. Marat Metrat Hotel. Ashe, Ashe, and Ashe.
Next will be Ron Shakira with 4 minutes due to yielded time, then Henry Jordan and Terry Ross.
Ron Shakir, Southwest Atlanta. Appreciate the opportunity to be able to engage y'all. This is a great day to see Keith Gammage being honored. And I'd like to hear the stories from where they come and from where they came from. And it's real powerful because we are a city in the southern region of America that's coming. And I believe that we're going backwards. And I'm concerned that we have got confused with gentrification being a pleasure of pretty houses. Gentrification is a displacement that should strike at the conscience of all good-willed people. Gentrification, whereby the city of Atlanta in the state of Georgia, where cotton was king as any place else, Alabama, and other southern states, there was a terrible history of justice, economic, social justice in America. But today, we're seeing people being unable to remain in their communities because of legislation that's coming out by you all. Our schools are being impacted, and you are having marriages of conversation, of concerns with the Board of Education, or you should, because schools are being closed. It's been over 34 or 5 schools been closed in the last, Westmoreland know what they are, but it's a signature in our city that shows that we're losing something. And we need to capture it, but it starts with consciousness. Gentrification is not pretty. Mothers and fathers can't afford what was affordable housing during Maynard Jackson. It's not even attainable a thought for a person to rent a room in these same communities that attend Douglas and Southwest or West Fulton. A lady named Miss Bonner, she just passed this morning. She worked passionately for Maynard Jackson to be the mayor. She had 3 children that I know of, a great-grandson now, an artist. But Maynard Jackson asked her, "What can I do for you, Alice?" And she said, "Well, my children are pretty smart. Can you get them a job in City Hall?" Maynard got a job in City Hall. There's many people sitting up here today who have jobs at City Hall. There's great people today who work at the City of Atlanta and Fulton County. Great jobs. But we're losing the presence of the little boys and little girls who have families, who can run up and down the street, that can go to parks and recreation. And you all are the new elected officials who stand by and don't think it's enough matter, but you follow Westmoreland. He was the first council person that took public comments from the end of the meeting. It's some people who catch the bus down here. It's some people who it's not good for them to be down here at 9 o'clock in the morning and sit to a committee meeting. But Mr. Westmoreland closed the ability for them to catch the afternoon late bus. We don't have a sensitivity here. We sit here with our heads in our hand like we don't give a dang. It's a color to that. It's maps to that. It's maps that show the same suppression and oppression and injustice that has gone on in the 30s, in the 20s, the same similar maps. You can see injustice today. We need houses where residents live in.
Time has expired.
And the Beltline, as beautiful as it is, Mr. Shipman, legislation ought to be measured. What is the impact on families and housing affordability?
Time has expired. Next will be Henry Jordan, followed by Terry Ross.
Giving honor to the Spirit of God to everyone that's here. Be thou exalted, Lord, in thine own strength. So will we sing and praise thy power. Psalms 21st chapter 13 verse. We need God's strength to fight against Satan because the devil can deceive us. Yeah. James Griffiths, a person think it's okay to defraud, is deceived and working against Jesus. James, you rewarded yourself and not me. When the chief priest, therefore, and officers saw him, they cried out, saying, crucify him, Pilate said unto them, take ye him and crucify him, for I have found no fault in him. St. John 19, chapter 6, verse. Here the Jews acknowledge the reason why they favor Christ's crucifixion. He claimed to be God, and they were accusing him of blaspheming. Beat your prows into swords, and your pruning hooks into spears. Let the weak say, I'm strong. Joel 3rd, chapter 10th verse. All of their efforts and preparation will be futile, but God will judge them. So when they had dined, Jesus said to Simon Peter, Simon, son of Jonas, lovest thou me more than these? He said unto him, yea, Lord, thou knowest that I love thee. St. John 21st chapter 5th verse. Jesus uses his old name, Simon, not Rock, his new spiritual name. More than these is a reference to the other disciples, where Peter claimed he could be loyal when all others failed. Jesus give us power to be faithful to Christ, for your will to live in us. Let it be done. We need Christ more than he needs us. We're going to be judged for our actions before Christ.
Thank you. Next will be Terry Ross, followed by DeJuan Robinson, and then Erica Thurman.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Terry Ross, and I'm here representing the APAB, Atlanta Planning Advisory Board, Ms. Ann Phillips, president. And I've been mandated to read a letter to the full council today, and this letter has been emailed and sent to your offices as well as your email accounts. So this letter is to document Atlanta Planning Advisory Board's concern and disappointment regarding the passage of 22-0-1747, the legislation to amend the City of Atlanta's Code of Ordinances, Part 2, Chapter 3, Article B, Section 6, to require the City Council to approve any changes to the existing boundaries of the neighborhood planning units and for other purposes. This legislation was drafted and adopted without any input from your constituents, the Atlanta Planning Advisory Board, or the NPUs. Legislative actions such as this, although well-intentioned, set a dangerous precedent. As such, APAB, a body comprised of the leadership from the 25 NPUs within the city, is not only disappointed, but also concerned that the council cannot take similar actions in the future. We ask Council to instead bring proposed NPU boundary changes, NPU ordinance changes to APAB and NPUs concurrently for their review and support or non-support in the future as these boundaries impact NPUs directly and secondarily. APAB's membership is defined in the Muni Code, and we additionally ask for public hearings separate from NPU and APAB to ensure that citizens may be heard before changes are voted upon by Council. We feel this will inform the Council. We feel that this will inform the Council and engage our citizens to make the most fully informed decisions possible.
Time has expired.
My time is perfect timing, okay. And I just hope that you hear me. I've had a chance to have this conversation with my council member, Dozier. I spoke briefly with council member Amos this morning, and I think I may have spoken with council member Westmoreland a couple of months ago. So I just hope that you hear us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dewan Robinson. Due to yield of time, you'll have 8 minutes. Then Erica Thurmond and Cersei Bunnell. You have 8 minutes.
I can't talk over them.
Please let Mr. Robinson have the floor.
No, I'm just saying, I'm not going to talk over them. It's not my job.
Mr. Robinson has the floor. You have 8 minutes.
Can you call your members in to the meeting?
Let's hold down so that Mr. Robinson can be heard. Mr. Robinson, you have 8 minutes.
Well, I echo their sentiment, Mr. Doug Shipman, Council President. I think that's what leadership is about, is to get your people in here because you're the president, you reside over this, and that's what leadership is about, is to get them in here. Mr. Lewis gave out a proclamation, and he's back in here. I just think it's leadership. Let me give a promise and a warm welcome back to Councilman Amos, who was in a horrific car accident, and God spared his life, and he's in here doing well. Thank all of you who are sitting here that do respect the public and not out there. And Mr. Shipman, we just ask you, sir, because you have the power to change the meetings where let this stuff be a different day or a different time. The public down here speaking and we waiting 3-4 hours, sir. That's out of respect. Can you please consider that? I mean, that's what change is about, being monumental. The name Marvin Arrington Sr. name is on this because he stood up for something and did something that, wasn't always so popular. So while most of us here today, as we've seen that Mr. Alex Warren, thank you for joining us, the head of the Finance Committee. Thank you, Councilman Boone and Councilman Bond, for coming in here and let the public see y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Because we come down here, we live for these days, and we love to see your faces and talk about things that affect the community. And I'm glad you guys are here because what we're talking about is this money that our finance chair was not aware of, that was sent back, and many council members were not aware of. And I just feel, man, that we all know that so many people that died close to us, so many people was affected by COVID. So when we hear people on news say that we did everything we could to give money, there were COVID restrictions, hey, man, this city, just like every other city, was affected by COVID. The school was closed, parents couldn't go to work. We know enough people that was affected by COVID that could have used that money. $10 million is a lot of money to give back in a majority black city where majority of black people are suffering and hurting. Like I said on the news, Councilman Lewis' district is a very impoverished district. Councilman Boone, Councilman Dozier, Councilman Amos, 4 or 5 councilman districts that have the very impoverished of the poor in this city, man. And together, we have to hold people accountable and not send that money back. We have to, first of all, we have a former mayor who born and raised here that is in community engagement in Washington, D.C. Have any of y'all asked what communication was given to her in her new role to say, hey, listen, this happened on your watch. COVID wasn't your fault. Can you please help us in Atlanta where you grow at, where you live at, to help make sure that you talk to your president who said that if you don't vote for me, you're not black. Well, if you're not helping the damn people in Atlanta, you shouldn't be the president. We gotta have people that's bold enough to say that. Come on, man. Black, brown, gay, straight, everybody's hurting behind this 10 million that was sent back. It's not a black thing, a brown thing, a white thing. All of us, man, are affected by that, man. 95 to 97%, or 95% to 97% of people that I know and deal with are in impoverished areas, because I grew up in boarding homes. I've never disassociated myself from the poor communities, and I never will. So this impacts me because it impacts so many people. And when y'all sit up here and don't hold them accountable, everybody, whether it's the second floor, the federal government, everybody got a relationship where you can reach out and say, hey, listen, man, we cannot let this happen. How? We got a black congressman, black mayor. I mean, we have people that's connected to Kemp, which you are. I mean, many people are. Man, we can't fight to get this money sent back or spread out, because we do a poor job. In the city of Atlanta, we do a poor job. I use my social media and two more friends that helped got the $40 million resurgence grant out there. I didn't get a damn dime of it, but guess what? I'm okay. I'm okay. $40 million. $40 million. They didn't have enough staff to help get the money out, so they hired Grove Park Foundation. Grove Park Foundation was hired to give the money out. And guess who got majority of that money? Grove Park Foundation friends got that money. Not the public didn't get that money. Same thing with United Way and Urban League. We got to stop it. Now, it's two more people come up behind me who are managers of apartment complex, and they're going to tell you that they applied for the money, and they are still on the books. They was promised the money, didn't get the money. Hey, man, all those organizations are antiquated. We got to stop that. We got to stop giving out that same old money, Mr. Shook. I know many people are not asking for the money in Buckhead, Mr. Warren, in your district, they not, but guess what? You the finance chair, sir, so you have to give a darn. Or give the seat up. If you don't give a damn about the people, give the seat up. But you're over finance, and you cannot say, oh, I didn't know. It's your second term on it. Mr. Your Honorable Doug Shipman gave you that position once again, so it's your duty to dig deep and know. You cannot say, oh, I didn't know. You have to know if you're going to be the chairperson. It's your duty to know and care. If not, give the seat up to somebody who will care. Give it up. If you're scared to ask the mayor, hey, man, what we need to do not send that money back? Give up your seat. If we're going to be cowards, we can't serve. No, we can't do that. We can't do that. I'm not saying it's the mayor's fault that the money is going back, but it's the mayor's fault and everybody's fault who didn't do a good job to get the information out to the public and say, hey, listen, please provide the city of Atlanta what needs to be provided. We know there's a lot of people that was impacted by COVID. Man, when there's a will, there's a way. We cannot have this gentleman come up here saying, hey, we didn't know. Hey, we tried. We had that money long enough to get the information out there. I know plenty of people that applied, gave the city of Atlanta everything they asked for to get it. Little do y'all know these applications were shut down in August, September. Do your research. It was shut down in August and September. Don't let them lie to you. It was shut down in August and September. They shut it down. We got to start going by our merry ways, man, and forgetting about the poor. I done helped so many of y'all campaign. I be out there when it's time to campaign. Man, we be so humble and so gracious about what we gonna do. But Lord, when we get in here, we change up. Mr. Doug Shipman, you got a lot of black votes, man. You was an unknown person. That don't happen, man. You got more votes than the mayor. You know what? I watched them. You got more votes than everybody who ran. You got a lot of black votes, brother. You owe it to black folks to hold these folks accountable. You make the appointments, put the appropriate people who care in there, sir. Put the appropriate people who care in there. We made sure your signs didn't get snatched up in the black community. We made sure you had a voice. I'm at the public hearings and then come out there with no racist rhetoric. You owe it to black folks. We all owe it to black folks. We all owe it to poor white folks. We all owe it to poor Hispanic folks. We all owe it to poor folks in general. We all owe it to God's people, man. And if you can't serve in dignity and integrity, we got to step down. We got to hold them accountable. We got to hold everybody accountable. Thank you for listening to me.
Next is Erica Thurman, followed by Kersey Bunnell and Kimberly Brooks.
Good afternoon. I would just like to speak as a landlord for the rental assistance program. 3 of my tenants applied, and then they were told that if the landlord participate, and this was during the time frame, that it would be a better transition. So I then stepped up. However, what was very disturbing to me last week when I saw the news was it was stated the timing. So because of we did it in the last phase or the summer phase, should my tenants be punished for that? And then what really bothered me was I had a processor that helped me every step of the way, my tenant and myself. So for that to happen, we were approved. Then they came back and denied her for whatever reason on the portal. She never received any kind of emails, so they said, or any kind of response. And I was just really taken back. My other tenant, they said she was denied for my property, which my ID, I have been living at, I was living there, I have had the property for 10 years. They said that she was denied because the simple fact that my address was on there, which I provided them my current rent ledger where I live now, my lease, my bills, my son's school where he's even enrolled under the current address. So I was very taken back why they were still denied. And like I said, it's not going to the tenants, it's going to me where mortgage still has to be paid. So I'm asking, can they not only think about myself and what this have put me in, but can they also think about the tenants that they're saying they're sending this money back to who really needs it? Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be, and I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Please correct me.
It's fine. It's
Kersey?
Cersei. It's
Cersei
Cersei
Bunnell,
Bunnell.
followed by Kimberly Brooks and Chef Dr. Kenneth Wilhoit.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for coming back to hear our concerns.
Hold on. You have designated time that's allotted for you.
Yes, 8 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you. Okay. I'm here as a property manager over multifamily. Throughout the whole COVID ordeal, I've switched roles several different times from an area manager, property manager to an assistant. Throughout the whole ordeal, there has been no consistency in how the funds were being allocated as far as giving them to the tenants. I've gone through the state program, the City of Atlanta's program, and no one was properly staffed. It was taking anywhere from 4 to 6 months before an application would even be processed. When I was an area manager, I charted all of my property managers to anyone who had a balance, who we can prove was affected by COVID. They were bringing the documents into the office, and we were helping them in tandem to fill out the forms, go through the process. We were reaching out to the processors, just doing everything that we could to ensure that those who qualified, based on what our understanding of the qualifications were, got the assistance. Well, some people would get one amount, some people would get another amount. Some people would include the complete ledger. So if the ledger was $2,100, they're issuing the payment for $2,100. Then another processor, well, you qualify for the cap is $15,000, so we're going to give you the $15,000. So there was no consistency in how these funds were being distributed to the community. I'm here. I'm at a property formerly known as Grady Homes, right there, and we serve low income, moderate income. So we have mixed use, we're tax credit, income based, and we have market rate units. And I'm here, I wish I brought enough copies for everybody, okay? This is just my eviction right now, just one property, $286,000 delinquency. Okay, yeah, well, you give them copies. Well, that's just the delinquency. Those are just the people that are under eviction. That's not including the people who just, are struggling and didn't, they've been trying to pay. 8 pages of delinquency. So clearly there's a need for the funds. The funds are needed. And I'm not even going to speculate because we're going to give people grace because I don't feel that the United Way adequately staffed for the processing. Every year, August 31st, the United Way would stop applications. And they would say, okay, we only have enough funds to cover the applicants that we already have. So how is it they're telling the applicants that, oh, we don't have enough money to accept applications past August 31st, but here we are saying there's $10 million to give back. And then also, I know this isn't your issue, but the Department of Community Affairs saying, oh, we don't have any money, but now on their social media page, they have $45 million that they're giving to Georgia Power under the guise of utility assistance, but they weren't paying water and sewer when they were approving the people for the rental assistance. Like, there has to be some kind of checks and balances for this. It's been egregious. And we all know there is a homelessness issue in the city. So I don't understand how anyone can sit here and not feel some type of way that that much money is going to be sent back. Not to mention the eviction process. When I came to the property I'm at now, in 1 month, I literally filed 52 evictions. 52 evictions. We've since lowered that because I love my people, and that's why I'm in the business that I'm in. So if I can help, I'm helping. I'm reaching out to the processors. I'm reaching out. I'm giving every and anything that they need so they can get these applicants approved. And it's not, there's no uniformity. It's not enough people. They weren't able to adequately deal with the overflow that came in based on this. And they also have programs that's supposed to help prevent homelessness, but once the eviction started rolling, people were getting evicted. And right now we're saying that we have $10 million to send back, but people were evicted who were affected. And then it's taking about 6 to 9 months to even get a court date. So do you know the avalanche of homelessness that's going to take place once the court starts rolling and the marshals catch up to what's going on? It's going to be monumental. And if we can do something to, to prevent that, I feel like we owe it to each other, just for the sake of humanity, to try to do something to minimize that, if at all possible. Because one of my properties that I was at was in Buckhead. It was in Brookhaven. Same issue, but that property management company, they weren't participating. So the residents had a hard time getting the information to qualify because that company didn't participate in the program, which they had a right not to do. So who do we hold accountable, gentlemen, ladies? How do we try to minimize it? Because it's going to be impactful. It's not impactful now. And the property I'm at right there, Ashley Auburn Point, they're homeless people outside in our breezeways, and they're there, they're setting fires, they're doing what they can to survive. Just imagine how many more people with children, right? The Board of Education, that's a big part of it. They can't focus in school if they're living in the car. Or it's 8 of them at their grandma's house. They don't have that feeling of just security and just knowing, or even simple, just being comfortable. I have 7 brothers. It's 7 of us. It's five boys, 2 girls. And I know what it's like to have to share a room. I hated it. Okay, so my children never had to share a room because I hated it so much. But some people don't have the ability to forward that opportunity to their children. So being in low-income housing, where we accept the vouchers and we have tax credit and we have income-based and market units, $286,000, and these are all types of residents. This is people with vouchers. This is people with tax credit where the rent is cheaper, but they still can barely afford to live. People who, when their lights are disconnected, it goes back to the property, so I can see who's not paying their light bill, trying to dig themselves out of this hole because they're being told by United Way, you got to prove, but the money never comes, and they're doing whatever they feel they can do to not be put out on the streets with their children. Do you know how mortifying it is for a child to come home and all your furniture is outside? Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Kimberly Brooks, followed by Chef Dr. Kenneth Wilhoit.
And also, let me just also add that he brought to my attention is how they were constantly changing the requirements and the qualifications. So to the best of my knowledge, the program was the program from the beginning to the end, but I know for a fact from from November this time last year to now, the requirements changed, and something needs to be said for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Brooks.
Good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Brooks. I'm going to give you my email address. It's Kimberly, Kimberly, Kimberly Brooks, KimberlyBrooks, In the African American community, I'm a single black mother. In this community, you say or assert that individuals that are single black parents in this community can thrive in this community. But that is exactly what I've done. I was pregnant at 15, 17, married before I was 21. I started college when I was 24. And I've graduated from another Metropolitan State College, Georgia State University. In addition to that, my children play football, basketball, baseball, soccer, tennis, and all those things. PTA president led an amendment to Amendment 1 to type Governor Nathan Deals to shut down our schools in the African American community. So basically what I've been doing for the last couple of years is choosing my own battles. I've been litigations with landlords for which I have ruled favorably in all cases in my favor, so I'm doing so. But I sat back for a minute and I asked myself, what am I doing here? And there's a scripture that says, to whom much is given, much is required. The reality of it is I was only helping myself. I wasn't really giving much to my community. So as I sat back and I watched your systems, I don't know how many of you have a master's degree, but it's a great accolade. It's an awesome thing to be able to have. The level of corruption that this administration have given is provable, and I have the receipts for doing so. But I don't have my master's degree today from Clarkland University. The reason I don't have that master's degree is because of code enforcement. After calling them and telling them to do their jobs, they worked with my landlord to be able to put me out. But I went to court and I won that. But it wasn't enough that I won. But you know what happened during that time? They stole my research for my master's degree. You know how much devastating that was? You know who was to be held accountable? No one. So Clarkland University, I'm going to close. They have a motto that when you can't find a way, you make one. And they mastered me to be able to master public administration, and that's what I did. I'll be contacting you all via email with my plan for this city, since you don't have one.
Next up will be Chef Dr. Kenneth Wilhoit, followed by C. Perry and Davenport. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Sounds good. I appreciate that. All right, just bear with me a moment. I wanted to give a decent presentation today. And show and tell is real good, because if you can't hear me, I know you can see me. And I'm serious. I should be at work right now. I'm losing money, but I'm down here looking for some money and some help. And I want you to appoint somebody to help the Soul Food Museum nonprofit. Okay. With this one. We're going to start with this sign here. First of all, let me properly introduce myself for those who don't know me. My name is Chef Dr. Kenneth Wilhoit, the president and founder of the Soul Food Museum that documents over 400 years of African Americans' contributions to food, culinary arts, hospitality, and agriculture. And we are aiming to bring all peoples together under soul food. Black, white, Mexican, Indian, Italian, Brazilian, African, all of us together under food. That's our aim. And to educate our people. The sign here. And I brought this sign today because I have many signs like this that make a state. Because I'm serious. 400 years. This sign here, we're out of the benevolent fund is depleted. When we go to funerals and families, we go and take the flowers to the hospital. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Bond. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I got carried away with that sign. But anyway, our benevolent fund is depleted. So for a few years now, I've been using my own personal money to go buy flowers when people die, go help feed the family, make sure they got water, whatever they need. So I need help from City Hall so I can put some money back in the fund so we can buy some cards and get 2 for $1 at the dollar store. But I'm tired. Help me, please. I brought today some people with me whom I'm working with, whom I love, who are in culinary arts. And one of them, she's going to speak now. Oh, come on, baby. There are many young people in the city that I'm working with. The Water Boys are one of them. Let me speak on that. That's very important. The Water Boys that were an issue a few years ago, standing on the corner selling water. Let me tell you something. Those are young entrepreneurs trying to do the right thing, trying to make some money. All they need is somebody to take a little damn time and show them the right way. And I'm willing to do that. Our previous mayor started working with them. But I don't know how to get in touch with and build on what she began. I need somebody to show me, to connect me with that. So we can order the water, open their bank accounts, give them the training from professionals, order their water, and they put their own name on the bottle of water. Or their aunt, their mama, their child, and sell your own product, not somebody else's. That's what needs to be taught to them, and I'm willing to do that. Help me help my own.
Thank you for being here today with us. Today we're in hopes of growing out our organization called International Young Chefs. We're just trying to help feed homeless people, feed everyone around the world while we also travel, and teach those a part of the organization about the world around us and the people around us. So we thank you for being here today, and my name is Jayla Benford.
My name is Rod Conyers, fellow Washingtonian to Mr. Byron Amos, council member. I am a military veteran and also the president of International Young Chefs. I'm here because we are looking for funding. We are a nonprofit organization, as Ms. Jayla Benford said. We teach kids how to cook. We teach them how to explore the world. We travel with them. And we show them that outside of their city, their school, their state, There's more to learn and more culture and customs to learn. So I'll turn it back over to Mr. Will Hort, and he can finish his presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. There are many organizations in this city, nonprofit organizations that's feeding the people and working with these young people, and they don't have support either. I'm sick and tired of this mess. I really am. And you gonna help me. I'm tired of coming down here begging. Sick of it. This is 20 years of servicing the community. I want some help. Let me share this information with you here. I'll be down here every month, and I'm coming down here with a community transparency report. Did you hear me? I said a community transparent report, so you know what I'm gonna do with the money that you're gonna help me with, so I can help my people. A few things that we've done already this year. We began with a New Year's Eve sunrise service libation at the wonderful and beautiful John Lewis mural. That was a sunrise service on New Year's Eve. Then we all attended the Big Bethel AME Watch Night service, which I've been a member of Big Bethel for 20 years. I love my church. And we have about 30 children that I'm working with over there now, teaching culinary arts, hospitality, and etiquette classes, because our people need to understand etiquette. Also, we attended the Ebenezer annual Martin Luther King commemorative service. That was a beautiful service this year. Then we marched in the annual Martin Luther King March. We attended the funeral of Miss Orange. Now that was a great loss to this community because her husband began the Martin Luther King March down Auburn. Now we're celebrating Black History Month at the John Lewis mural. And this month we have many activities planned there. It don't make no sense for that corner to be empty like that with parked cars on it when we can have entertainment on the weekends and all sorts of wonderful things. We need help. Mr. Albert Smith, all of you know Smitty. Smitty is still alive. I want us to show him his honors while he's still alive. Him and Abel Mabel. Abel Mabel is another one. I am in the process of putting together some type of celebration to show them their appreciation. It's a shame that we're going to wait till they're not here no longer and they're going to stand up and cry and all that kind of mess. Let's do something for those two. I want Smitty to have a mural here in Atlanta. We got to work together and find him, but I want him to have a mural. We're already working on that. And Abel Mabel, too. Please. I want to also thank the 400-year commission, who has been great in assisting me with these endeavors. I want to thank these individuals here, because I'm going to call you out. I'm going to call you out for the good and for the damn bad. I have good today to say. I have nothing bad to say. But Honorable Mayor Andre Dickens, I want to thank you, my brother. We're so proud of you. You're young. You're going in the right direction. You're doing what you say you're going to do. Thank you. Andrea Boone, girl, you bad. You awesome. You do what you say you're going to do. You represent. You get out there. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Julian Bond, you too, man. You out the chain. You work your ass off. And through COVID, and you and Vanessa, but I got something for you. Got something for you. Liliana, I want your help. I like you and I support you. We need your help. So when I call you, answer your phone.
Time
every
has
time
expired.
I call. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next will be C. Perry, followed by Davenport, and then Akeem Williams.
Good afternoon. I'm C. Perry, and the C is for Chioke. And this is actually the first time that I'm here at council since the pandemic. And there was just something that drew me to the meeting today of all days. So let's first, please bear with me and allow me to share what I didn't like. It's February, and I didn't get a rendition of Lift Every Voice and Sing. But I'm good with that because I'm Atlanta, my James Brown moment. Say it loud. I'm Atlanta, and I'm proud. 1981 graduate of Price High School, so I'm also APS's. We're a middle school over there now. So we've got an alumni legacy that carries on the legacy of Luther Judson Price. So it does my heart well to stand in this chamber, to hear people mention Benjamin Elijah Mays, along with Dr. Krim. See, without question, I knew I had somebody at APS that cared about me. So I just want to remind us, Atlanta, of a real low point that happened at APS. It was called the cheating scandal. But if you bag that up, and now we're in this 10-year mark where those kids are probably in their early 20s, there's a lot of violence and a lot of deaths and a lot of other situations happening. But I was taught it takes a village. So we're here asking the village to stand for our kids, not on their backs, necks, or whatever the moment may subscribe to. You know, it's upsetting for me to see Lewis Slayton's name on that Fulton County courthouse.
Time has expired.
Because I know the number of young black men and women that didn't receive a second chance and may still be incarcerated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be
I'm
Davenport.
also a District 1 voter, so I love the Falcons.
Next will be Davenport. 2 minutes.
Oh, my God. First, giving honor to God, who I oftentimes call my conductor. I don't have a PhD, but you all know I have a GOD. It's a sad day in the city of Atlanta. First, let me address this. I've been begging you all for free Lyft rides for senior citizens, and Councilman Barn, I had a personal conversation with you. But it's a damn shame. 20,000 people less than a month ago were going to get their water shut off. For a reason not their own. You all look it up. Your pipes are needing repair. $10 million going back? $10 million? You gotta be kidding me. All that says to me is that what we see every time we come down here, that the majority of you all don't give a damn about certain class of people. Mr. Westmoreland, he's not even in here. I formed a task force, myself, activist Lee Gee, to get out the word about this rental assistance. Mr. Westmoreland claimed he interviewed before I got there, said he formed a task force. He did not form anything. His staff gave us paper. And Mr. Westmoreland, I'm sorry you're not here to hear this. That task force was formed by myself and activist Lee Gee. Matt Westmoreland, before I could get there, he interviewed with Morris Diggs, said he formed a task force to get out this word. So I hold you personally responsible. If you formed the task force, why y'all got to send back $10 million? $10 million. And you got people out here who are struggling to pay their bills. It's a sad day in the city of Atlanta. It is sad, y'all. It's past sad that you all would sit up and lie about what's going on. You all would lie about what's going on. What's wasted is similar to what I'm about to mention. Ms. Boone, in your neighborhood, for 2 years on Greens Ferry, water leaked out of a fire hydrant.
Mr. Davenport, time
For
has
2
expired.
years, the only way that it got fixed is that I called the water department.
Mr. Davenport, your time's expired.
You all should be ashamed of yourself. It's really sad. It's sad.
Next up will be Akeem Williams, followed by Cynthia Ballard and Tanya Green. Akeem Williams. Cynthia Ballard. Due to yielded time, you'll have 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Ballard. I am the Community Engagement Coordinator for Capital Gateway Apartments, which is right over here across the street on 89 Woodward Avenue. In terms to the $10 million that need to go back, please don't let it go back. We do have the same as Cersei from Ashley Auburn Point. We had over almost close to 100 evictions, and there still aren't any eviction. And they too, the residents there has put in an application, and they still haven't heard anything but to say that the program is closed. And they're scared. They don't know where to go. They have children, everything. Their pipes during the freeze, it was ridiculous. We have 486 units, and out of that, half of them will have busted pipes, mold, mildew, and they're still living like that. So please, whatever you do, there's no need for that money to go back. It's needed. It's needed here, right here. And I believe we're in District 1, and I don't know, are you Jason? You're Jason Winston? Come over. Come over. We're right there. Walking distance. We walked here. We're right there. We need your support. We need for you to be heard, for you to hear us. So please, I will find a way we can exchange numbers or whatever. Like I said, we have our first meeting so you can meet the residents and our community manager and everything over there. I would like to let one of the residents who is also on the list, who's still waiting so she won't be evicted herself, Cherie.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Cherie Miller. I live at Capital Gateway. I also used to be an underwriter for the Georgia Rental Assistance Program. So the majority of the time that when the program started, we were spending most of our time to get a program together. So that lost a lot of times and months behind, leaving a lot of people left out of the program. So I'm one of them that when I was writing, I used to try to get as many applications in as I could to get people needed. But now I'm on the list as one of those people that's being evicted. I am right now, was on the eviction list, but I'm paying my rent until my family are helping me a little, but I'm still behind. So if you can, don't send the $10 million back, because there's a lot of people out here. I know there's a lot of people that want to be here that are at work today and can't, so I'm trying to speak on their behalf as well. But if you can, a lot of people can use the money, not only black, white, Indians, and Mexicans or whoever we have here. It's a lot of people. It's all races are suffering right now at this time, and we need that assistance. So as long as it's not fair that everything is going up, but the income is going down. So we can't find places. Everybody's looking. I have a master's. I've been working for so many years. I'm 55 years old. I've never been homeless. I'm a native of Georgia, born and raised here. So I've seen a lot. I was here when there was dirt roads here, and I've seen a lot of building going on. But it's not fair for a lot of people to have to be on the streets. Like they said before, and everyone else have said before, there's a lot of homelessness going on out here. And it's not that people want to be homeless. It's because we've been put in a position where we have to be homeless. And it's something that we can all get together and do. So if you can, please help us. Keep the money, pay some people, help them. If you have to change to a different program, but keep the money and let someone else do it who can do it right and treat everybody fair and equally. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next will be Tanya Green.
I made a mistake. I said Greens Ferry. That's near Pfaff Street, Bottoms.
I'm sorry,
But the street was Baker's Ferry.
Your time has
Okay,
expired.
I needed to make that clear. Thank you.
Tanya Green, and then Curtis Harrison. You'll have 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you. Hi, I'm one of the many tenants that have tried to apply for the rental assistance, and they have made it so difficult to even get in touch with someone there. I don't know what is going on, but when I've emailed, I've sent messages through the portal, yet no one has gotten back to me. And I've applied for the rental assistance, not once, but twice now. And the time went up. They closed everything out last year. I had put in my second application in September. Still no reply from anyone. I've sent 3 emails to the email that's up under their website. Still no reply. I've reached out to my previous case, my case agent, no reply. And it's difficult because once you finally do get someone on the phone, they give you another runaround with, okay, well, we can't do anything until your caseworker get back with you. So I don't know, maybe at this point it's just a lack of bodies to actually even handle the overflow of these people that really need it, myself included. I'm just frustrated at this point. And to hear 10 million, you guys are going to send 10 million back when we have so many people out here that are on the streets. I'm fortunate enough I have parents I can go stay with right now, but I need somewhere to stay. I have a son myself. We're crowded up in one home and it's 6 of us in a 3-bedroom. It sucks to hear you guys about to send 10 million back. I can't express just how much anguish this whole process have put me through. It's already hard enough going through the pandemic with COVID, losing wages. The cost of everything has went up. Everything. I'm still trying to find my footing. And we really, really, really need you guys to figure out a way to keep this money, but also get the right people in charge of this money so that we can have an opportunity to at least just be able to breathe again. It's hard, even at work, everybody's on pins and needles because we're all feeling the strain of the economy now. So just, from me to you one more time, please do not send that money back. Please put that money in the right program. If it's gonna be with the same program, you guys need more people there, and it should be a lot easier to get in touch with someone. It shouldn't be so much of a runaround. We're struggling. This money was sitting here for us, and they're making it even hard for us to even get the money. I don't know what else to say. I'm disappointed. But I hope you guys figure this out.
There needs to be checks and balances. If we're going to give money to United Way or whomever, there need to be some checks and balances on it. Well, I'm finishing out her 25 seconds.
You had plenty of time, Mr. Robinson.
I respect it.
Curtis Harrison is the final speaker today. 2 minutes.
My name is Prophet Curtis Harrison. Tony is my nickname. Please get that right. Because sometimes y'all diminish our character while y'all doing just fraudulent and breaking the law yourself up here. Now again, like I said, no justice, no peace. And then also I said y'all creating homelessness. Y'all sending $10 million back to whatever government you say you're sending your $10 back to, where people are getting put out on the streets, where I'm walking past people that want to commit suicide because they're homeless. Now, you tell me how that don't connect. Tell me how that don't connect. The people that you're looking at fought for police officers to get higher wages, the people that you're looking at. fought for y'all to get higher wages when y'all wasn't police officers, when y'all didn't want police officers. I remember when black police officers couldn't arrest a white man in Atlanta, Georgia. If you want to take me back that far. Okay, now, I got fired from jobs. Black people are getting fired from jobs. I got fired from Armdale Hotel for being a black person. Armdale Hotel right down the street. Black men and women are getting fired from jobs, looking for jobs, and y'all hiring Mexicans. Tell me how they don't connect. Tell me how they don't connect to homelessness. Now, people out here robbing and stealing because they're hungry. I know 10 girls right now selling their body because they want to get something to eat. And I would bring them here. And the reason why I don't, because y'all might disrespect them, then I have to disrespect you. And that's my, and I know homeless gay people living in woods. I know homeless women and men live, because y'all say y'all represent gay people down here and you don't. That's what I'm saying, if I got a pinpoint. I don't bite my tongue for nobody. I'm talking to the governor right now and the mayor. I'm talking to folk in the governor's mansion right now. He said he got $62 million for homeless people. I want it. He want it, he want it, she want it. We want what's due, we want what's right. Like I said, election day is coming. Write that down. Election day is coming. I call that pastor, tell you how I'm gonna do it. I call that pastor, because I know every pastor all over America, and I call that pastor and say, we don't like him. I don't like her.
I want to thank all the members of the public who have come down today for public comment. We'll now move to the report of the Journal. Mr. Clerk.
I, Forrest Webb III, City of Atlanta Municipal Clerk, do hereby certify the action minutes of the January 17, 2023 regular City Council meeting to be true and correct.
If there are not any additions or corrections to the Journal, I would entertain a motion to adopt the minutes. Moved by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the minutes? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt the minutes.
The vote is open. Please hold. Please continue to hold. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the Journal passes. We'll now move to communications. Mr. Clerk.
23-C-5015, a communication from Councilmember Jason Winston, Council District 1, Amir Faroki, District 2, Byron Amos, District 3, Jason Dozier, District 4, Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large, appointing Ms. Sarah Butler to serve as a member of the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development and Human Services Committee and Committee on Council.
Let it follow that course.
If I could sound items 2 and 3 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
23-C-5016, a communication from Councilmember Byron Amos, District 3, Jason Dozier, District 4, Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large, appointing Mr. Walter Slayton to serve as a member of the Zoning Review Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 23-C-5017, a communication from Councilmember Destin Hillis, District 9, Andrea L. Boone, District 10, Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11, Antonio Lewis, District 12, and Keisha Shawn Waste, Post 3 at Large, reappointing Mr. Barry Kamick to serve as a member of the Board of Zoning Adjustment. This appointment is for a term of 2 years to begin retroactively February 4th, 2023, and expire February 3rd, 2025. Staff recommendation to refer to the Zoning Committee and Committee on Council.
Let both items follow that course.
I sound items 4 and 5 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
23-C-5018, a communication from Ann Phillips, President, Atlanta Planning Advisory Board, submitting the appointment of Mr. Kevin Williams to serve as a member of the Citizens Review Board and Neighborhood Planning Unit, MPU Group A through F category. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. 23-C-5019, a communication from Ann Phillips, President, Atlanta Planning Advisory Board, submitting the appointment of Miss Adriana Proler to serve as an Atlanta Citizens Review Board in the Neighborhood Planning Unit category, Groups S through Z category. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee and Committee on Council.
Let both items follow that course.
23-C-5020, a communication from Dustin Hillis appointing Mr. James Martin to serve as a member of the Stakeholder Oversight Committee. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Transportation Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Mr. President, if I could sound items 7 through 13 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
23-C-5021, a communication from Dr. Marilyn Brown, Regents and Brooks Byers, Professor at Georgia Institute of Technology, accepting service of the Justice 40 Commission. 23-C-5022, a communication from Nataki Osborne Jelks, Executive Director of the West Atlanta Watershed Alliance, accepting service to the Justice 40 Commission. 23-C-5023, a communication from Matt Cox, CEO of GreenLink Analytics, accepting service to the Justice 40 Commission. 23-C-5024, a communication from Brianna Turner Greenlee, Executive Director of the Black Stability, Inc., accepting service to the Justice 40 Commission. 23-C-5025, a communication from Jacqueline Eccles, Board President of South River Watershed Alliance, accepting service to the Justice 40 Commission. 23-C-5026, a communication from Susan Burns, Just Growth Director at the Partnership of Southern Equity, accepting service to the Justice 40 Commission. 23-C-5027, a communication from Chief Procurement Officer Jadeep Majumdar, submitting the December 1st through December 31st, 2022 weekly contracts report to the Atlanta City Council and Clerk of Council pursuant to Code Section 2-1142 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances. Staff recommendation to accept and file all items.
Let these items follow the course.
That concludes my report.
Thank you. Is there any consideration of vetoed legislation today?
There is none.
Is there any unfinished business for consideration?
There is none.
Thank you. With that, we'll move to the consent agenda. Section 1 begins on page 5 of the materials. These are items for second read, and the appropriate motion will be to adopt. But first, I will ask if there are any items to be removed from the consent agenda. Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to remove 3 items. First one is on page 5, item 23-01069. Again, it's page 5, item 2, 23-01069. Then on page 6, item number 7, 23-01043. Again, that's item 6. I'm sorry, page 6, item 7, 23-01043. And then finally on page 9, 22-01736. That's item 18 on page 9, 22-01736. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other items for removal from the consent agenda beyond these 3? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda section 1 without these 3 items as noted. Moved by Councilmember Winston, seconded by Councilmember Norwood. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda section 1 without the 3 items as noted? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, Section 1, with the removed 3 items.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. Twelve yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the consent agenda carries. We'll now move to the consent agenda, Section 2, which begins, Councilmember Juan, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's an item that needs to get sent to the mayor's office post-haste for signature. It's item number 24 on page 11, 23-01059. On page 11, item 24, 23-01059, I move to the mayor's office post-haste.
There's a motion to move 23-0-1059 post-haste by Councilmember Juan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post-haste? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to moving the motion to move post-haste 23-0-1059? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move post-haste.
Unanimous consent of members present is 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post-haste carries. We'll now move to the consent agenda, Section 2. It begins on page 23. These are items for first reading. The appropriate motion will be to refer these items. But first, let me ask, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda, Section 2? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to refer the consent agenda, Section 2. There's a motion by Councilmember Norwood. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Amos. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer the consent agenda, Section 2? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer the consent agenda, Section 2.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
Mr. Hillis, would you like to note your vote? Oh, please reflect Mr. Hillis as a yes.
Duly noted. Populating vote. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. We'll now move to the report of the standing committees. We will begin today with Public Safety and Legal Administration. Chair Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have 2 papers for consideration. We will take 23R 3085 first. Resolution by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the settlement of all claims against the defendants in the case of Rhonda Barkin, a sole heir and administratrix of the estate of Daniel James Barkin, deceased, versus City of Atlanta et al. Civil action file number listed, State Court of DeKalb County, and the amount of $3,350,000.00, authorizing said amount to be paid from the account numbers listed, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to distribute the total settlement amount and for other purposes. And committee, this was favorable on condition. That condition has been met, which is receiving an update on the subject streets, complete street report. We have received that again, so the motion is to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 23-R-3085. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 23-R-3085.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Next item is one of the items Councilmember Juan pulled off consent. That is 23-0-1069, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Winston as substituted by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-92B of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirements listed in section number listed for package stores licensed to sell malt beverages and/or wine for an establishment located at 891 Cherokee Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia 30315, and for other purposes. The motion of the committee is to adopt.
So motion coming out of the committee to adopt 23-0-1069. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 23-0-1069.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 1 nay.
13 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt carries.
That completes our items in the PSLA report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to City Utilities Committee, Chair Winston.
Thank you, Mr. President. No report.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the Community Development Human Services Committee, Chair Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have one item on my report. I believe Councilmember Juan removed item 23-0-1043 from the consent agenda. And so for that particular item, this is an ordinance by the Community Development and Human Services Committee to waive the source selection and payment provisions contained in the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Article 10, Procurement and Real Estate Code, including but not limited to Code Section 2-1547, and to authorize the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into a lease agreement with the Galloway School Incorporated for a term of 5 years with 2 additional 5-year renewal options with an effective date of August 30th, 2022 through August 29th, 2027 on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recreation and for other purposes. And this came out of committee favorable.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 23-0-1043. It does not need a second. It's coming out of committee. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, the reason why I pulled it off of consent is I'm going to be abstaining on this. My employer is a partner of the school, and it is specifically mentioned in the whereas clauses. So out of abundance of caution, to avoid a conflict of interest, I'm going to abstain.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 23-0-1043.
Please hold. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention.
12 yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Next will be the Transportation Committee, Chair Faroki.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have one item today, 23-0-1053. It's item 1 on page 36. An ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis prohibiting parking on the industrial side of Forest Street Northwest and to create a residential permanent parking program on the north side of Forest Street Northwest pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 150 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, titled Traffic and Vehicles, Article 4, titled Stopping, Standing, and Parking, Division 4, titled Residential Permit Parking, and to waive certain requirements of City Code Sections 150-48 and 150-49, and for other purposes. The sponsor has requested this item be filed, and so that's the prevailing sentiment coming out of committee.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file 23-0-1053. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file 23-0-1053.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
No further items from the committee.
Thank you. Next up will be Finance Exec, Chair Wan, who's already been active today.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we are on page 40 of the agenda. We have 2 items, and then I'll do the paper pulled off of consent, and then we're going to have a report from CFO Bala. But first item is 23-R3081, a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond urging the Department of Procurement to develop a program to provide regular in-person training opportunities to prospective suppliers and to offer the option for contractors to hand-deliver bid proposals in an effort to increase the opportunities for participation of women, minority, and small businesses in the city's procurement process and for other purposes. Motion from the committee is to file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file 23-R-3081. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I filed this paper for consideration for a couple of reasons. One, there's recently been this is also the recommendation that's contained in this legislation was contained in the procurement task force that went to great lengths last term to make sure that when people are submitting bids, in case of human error, computer error, systems error, that there is another way or option for those who we are soliciting bids from that go through the expense of preparing those bids, have another way to submit them to the City of Atlanta. Primarily those who are smaller companies, female, minority, MBEs, et cetera, that don't have as deep of pockets as some of the larger firms. This was born out of an incident that has recently occurred that I can't go into because of a blackout period where similarly situated bidders that I just described encountered issues with the city's system. The system was down. And so if we're going to solicit people to bid, we're going to ask them to do business with the city, then on our side of the fence, it ought to be fair, it ought to be equitable. At a minimum, it ought to be working. And during this instance, which I can't go into, it wasn't working. So I would hope that we would not file this, and if it is filed, or the motion to carry to file, at some point, there needs to be more discussion and another look at the recommendations of the Procurement Task Force. Now, this is not to cast aspersions on our procurement director. I think he does an exceptional job. He's a welcome breath of fresh air. But this is more about the individuals whom we are soliciting to do business with us, to making sure that things on our side of the fence are fair and equitable, accessible. If we're going to ask people to go through the action of preparing bids and the enormous expense associated with it. And given that expense, we need to make sure that things on our side of the fence are working. So, I don't support the motion to file, and I hope that colleagues will not either. Yeah, you can sign on to it.
Additional discussion, Councilmember Lewis. Additional discussion on the motion to file. Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file 23-R-3081.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 10 yeas, 3 nays.
10 yeas, 3 nays. The motion to file carries.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. The next item is 23-R-3082, a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond requesting that the City of Atlanta Department of Procurement suspend the award of a contract for contract number listed, small architectural and engineering design services at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, and resolicit bids, and to ensure that women, minority, and small businesses have equal access to the city's competitive bidding process and for other purposes. Colleagues, the motion from the committee is to file, and we've been asked by law not to speak to this as this is an active procurement and we are in the blackout period. So that's the motion from the committee.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file 23-R-3082. It doesn't need a second since it's coming out of committee. I just want to ask law to clarify. Does that mean is your advice that there should be no discussion on this motion to file? Can someone from law comment on that?
Yes, good afternoon, Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta Department of Law. That's absolutely correct. Due to the fact that this particular procurement is still in the blackout period, we would recommend that no discussion be had concerning this matter. And we do agree with the recommendation to file.
Councilmember Bond, you've heard the recommendation of law, but I'm going to give you an opportunity.
I've heard an opinion from the law department.
Well, yes, I've heard an opinion from law.
Yeah, I've heard an opinion from the law department, but the motion to file is a motion of action. It doesn't speak to the contents of the legislation. I'm against the motion to file based on comments that I made on the previous piece of legislation. You know, I'll just quote the Bard, there's something afoul in Denmark. And I'd urge council members not to support the motion to file.
Is there any discussion on the motion to file 23-R-3082? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 10 yeas, 3 nays.
10 yeas, 3 nays. The motion to file carries.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. So I'll go back now to the paper that was pulled off of consent. It was on page 9, item 18, 22-01736, a substitute ordinance by Finance Executive Committee to amend Chapter 114, Personnel, Article 4, Classification Plan of the Code of Ordinances, City of Atlanta, Georgia, so as to provide for certain position abolishments, creations, reclassifications, class creations, above entry authorizations, employee position transfers, position funding allocation changes, and other personnel actions in line with the FY 2023 budget, corrections, and for other purposes. Colleagues, we have a substitute for this. I'll make a motion to bring that forward. There were some other Scrivener edits to this. There is, I believe everybody received a summary spreadsheet that details those actions, so I'll move to bring the substitute forward.
There's a motion by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Shook, to bring forth a substitute for 22-0-1736. Is there any discussion on the motion to substitute? Hearing none, we'll open the vote on the motion to substitute. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
All right, now that the substitute is before us, I'll make a motion to adopt on substitute.
There's a motion to adopt by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Shook, 22-0-1736 as substituted. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1736 as substituted.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right, thank you. And since I see her out there, I'm just congratulate Commissioner Smith on her first successful mid-year personnel paper amendment. So congratulations.
Thank you,
All
Chairman.
right, while I'm up here, since there was a lot of public comment and there's been a lot of public dialogue since our last Finance Executive Committee meeting regarding the emergency rental assistance funds, I've asked the CFO Bala to address that and provide correct information about how those funds were deployed and why we were having to push those back, and then potential paths forward. So CFO Bala, if you will, please.
Sure. Mohammed Bala, Chief Financial Officer, City of Atlanta. Just want to take this time to kind of put some appropriate context regarding the conversations that were had with the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. So from the inception of COVID, the city had sources of funds available to it to help renters in the city of Atlanta. In 2020, we deployed $23 million from the CARES program towards rental assistance. All that money has been spent by the city of Atlanta. The city of Atlanta on its own received 2 allocations in 2 separate programs. There's the Emergency Rental Assistance Program 1 and Program 2. In Program 1, we received $15 million. We allocated and spent all that money. In Program 2, we were allocated $12 million. We programmed and spent all that money. Towards the end of 2021, beginning of 2022, when ERA1 program was winding down, there was a reallocation process. So the reallocation process was really through the U.S. Treasury and the state was to allow entities that were not spending money as fast to transfer their allocations or budgets to other entities. And the city of Atlanta being successful in implementing our programs and the velocity in which we were getting money out, we were transferred a reallocation from U.S. Treasury of $1.5 million. All that money was programmed and spent. From the state of Georgia, we were reallocated $21 million, which was a hefty sum and a lofty goal for us to do. We received that money in March of 2022. The program on its own through the U.S. Treasury had a definitive period end date of December 2022. So that program ended. It ended at 2022, can no longer draw down on that budget or those programs. So out of that $21 million that was reallocated from the state, Commissioner Nunn's office, and thank them for doing that, we were able to deploy $11 million to help residents in the city of Atlanta. So to date, and all the programs, close to 12,000 households have been helped through the city of Atlanta through its efforts and through its partnership with the United Way. The good thing about ERA2 is that program doesn't end until 2025. There's a distinction between ERA1 and ERA2 in that ERA1 had to be specifically tied to COVID, where ERA2
the program's guidelines are for economic hardship, so it's much more broad, and more people can be accepted into that program. There's a reallocation process now for ERA2 funds, and the city will put its hat in the ring for some additional funds, and we'll see how that plays out. And however that plays out, we will be sure to communicate those results to City Council and the public as well. So thank you guys for listening to me and putting some context regarding some of that information that was out there.
CFO Bala, I did want to ask a follow-up question, though. The ERA, even the ERA2 funds, are we deploying those through United Way, or are we doing that directly ourselves?
We can, we'll have to partner with somebody. We've partnered with United Way in the past. That could be an entity, but once we get, if we're successful in getting reallocations, we can look at multiple vendors if possible.
Yeah, I would encourage us, given the stories we heard today about processing concerns, that we, if we're successful in that and we receive the funds, then we have a conversation at that point about improvements.
We'll be sure to have that conversation. Thank you.
Chair Wan, we have a couple of other questions from colleagues. Councilmember Norwood.
Yes, I just wanted to recommend two things. Number one, we know all the speakers that came in today that were concerned and had very different beliefs about what's going on. So I have two recommendations. Number one is that we have those speakers receive a written copy of what our Chief Financial Officer has just stated, so they get that information. And secondly, I would like to recommend that the Committee on Council look at a change of the rules, that if we know something, that we have information and all of the speakers are very concerned and have other information, that we are allowed to at least state what our information is, even though it's in public hearing. So I know that would need to go to Committee on Council and be a rule change, but I think it would help in many of our situations where we have information that we say now, but everybody is left.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, CFO Bala, for that very timely explanation and the information of the second tranche of this type of help. But I would implore the council, I would implore the current administration to go in another direction when seeking a partner to implement this program. Over my tenure on the Community Development Committee of throughout COVID, I constantly asked that the United Way be brought in and to talk and to justify what they were doing with the program, because I was in constant receipt of complaints about people not being able to access the help that they needed. That the same conversation that we heard here today at the mic, I heard in real time during the pandemic. And I want to recommend that we have a conversation with our sister government, Fulton County, who did not partner with anyone on the outside, did not get a contractor. They brought their operation in-house to great success. So if there is a second tranche, perhaps we can partner with a sister government rather than an agency to get this work done, because Fulton County has been hailed, across the board for their service delivery with these funds. So I hope that we are able to get them in the next tranche, because, evictions, the crisis, the economic uncertainty that our communities are facing is real. And they are the people who came down here today, but there are dozens, hundreds of others who were not able to get help without the intervention of their elected official. Because from my own personal experience in my office, if it wasn't for me personally intervening on many cases, a lot of folks would not have gotten that help, and that's not the way that it should be. Thank you.
Councilmember Overstreet.
Yeah, so my comment is along those same lines, and I want to thank CFO Bala for being open to my comments, because I did suggest that in the future that we could do like a hybrid approach to these types of, I don't know windfalls from the federal government. We want to make sure that we're telling council members specifically, all 12 districts and our 3 at large, what amount of funds we have available so that we can get within our communities and figure out a way to reach the people, because we can do that well. I would have set up maybe an every Saturday event where we would have 2 representatives there helping people fill their paperwork out and with a copy machine on hand to be able to meet the people where they are to give them what they need. And it's really that kind of simple coordination between council and community that would have made a difference in this area. I do understand everything that CFO Bala explained today, though, because you know, those were extra funds that were not ours originally. But I think going forward that we will be able to handle those extra funds because we would do it differently, probably. So thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
And on the same lines as my colleagues, when I hear about this $10 million, I was hoping if you would have given $1 million to Councilmember Lewis, I would have given it out at Roselle Finn at Pittman Park. Myself, I would have made sure that we were able to pay folks rent. So I would echo Councilmember Marcy Carr-Overstreet that the next time this happens that the council members get it. Because to me, I would have been trying to get money from other council members to help them actually pay it out in my district. District 12 could have used some of that money. I appreciate CFO Bala for being open and transparent during this entire process, being available and accessible, but it ain't his job to give out the money. They literally sent us down here for one reason. And so when I go to the barbershop, I like going to the barbershop. When I go into the barbershop, people are asking me about that $10 million. And so I appreciate CFO Bala again, but this would be to the mayor's office or to whoever's receiving the funds. We have council members who are very active in the community, and we can't wait to show you how we can give out this $1 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Juan.
And I'll add one more comment. I mean, obviously, this falls under the Finance Executive Committee's oversight, and I apologize for not having a closer eye on this. However, we do get quarterly COVID funding reports. There are 2 more buckets of funds that have significant balances. Expiration dates, I believe, in 2025. You know, it's coming upon all of us to keep our eye on that and look for opportunities to spend within the parameters of those funds that have been granted to us. So I just want to make that final comment on that. And then the last thing I have is an announcement. We are convening a work session on Wednesday, February 22nd at 9 a.m. Committee Room 1. There is a piece of legislation held in our committee right now that would remove the Office of Ethics from the Office of Inspector General. The Office of Inspector General's board has submitted some proposed changes as well, and this will be our opportunity to vet those. I just want to share that with everybody because a lot of us were not here when the OIG office was created, and that was a painstaking and thoughtful process. So I want to make sure that whatever we do at this point is equally thoughtful and has the input of everybody, particularly those that were involved last time. So, Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Next up will be Committee on Council. Chair Bakhtiari. Pause just a second. Committee on Council, Chair Bakhtiari.
Thank you. If everyone could please turn your agendas to page 41. There are 6 items listed under communications. Council President, may I take them as a block?
Without objection, please proceed.
All right, so 23-C-5004, communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Chevin King III to serve as a member of the City of Atlanta Development Impact Fee Advisory Committee. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 23-C-5009, a communication from Councilmember Antonio Lewis appointing Ms. Sandra Williams to serve as a member of the Stakeholder Oversight Committee. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 23-C-5010, a communication from Councilmembers Liliana Bakhtiari, Alex Wan, Howard Shook, Mary Norwood, and Matt Westmoreland appointing Ms. Rebecca Cerna to serve as a member of the Stakeholder Oversight Committee, for a term of 2 years. 23-C-5011, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Solomon Cavanes. Solomon, is it the 4th or the 5th? I'm bad with Roman numerals. The 4th, to serve as a commissioner of the Atlanta Department of Transportation for the City of Atlanta. 23-C-5012, a communication from Councilmembers Mary Norwood, District 8, Liliana Bakhtiari, District 5, Alex Wan, District 6, Howard Shook, District 7, and Matt Westmoreland, Force 2 at large, appointing Dr. Michael Bell to serve as a member of the Stakeholder Oversight Committee. And 23-C-5014, communication from Council Members Mary Norwood, Liliana Bakhtiari, Alex Wan, Howard Shook, and Matt Westmoreland, appointing Mr. Brinkley Dickerson to serve as a member of the Stakeholder Oversight Committee. And before opening everything up, I wanted to, if we could, Mr. Solomon, I know that your family's in town, and I would love to give you the opportunity to come up and say a few words. Oh, I have to go to committee of a whole? Okay, never mind. I have to go to committee of a whole. I wanted to just acknowledge, I know that your family is here and very excited to have this appointment. Obviously, we need to vote on it first, but very grateful for you. And I'm glad that they were able to come into town to see this vote. So please.
So items 1 through 6 have come out of the committee favorable. They don't need a second. I will open up for any discussion on the motion to adopt these 6 items. Given that there is an appointment here to a prominent position, I'm going to ask that instead of doing a unanimous consent that we take a vote. So Madam Deputy Clerk, would you please open the vote on the motion to adopt these 6 items?
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these 6 items carries.
That being said, Mr. Solomon, thank you again. And no. Thank you so much. This is what I get for trying to give you an acknowledgement. Clearly, I need to meet with the parliamentarian because I do not know yet how this works. So thank you so much.
Finally, today, the Standing Committee of the Zoning Committee, Chair Overstreet.
Zoning Committee has no report.
Thank you. With that, we will move to personal papers. There are no items for immediate consideration that I can see, so we will move for items to be referred. We'll start with Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got a few items here today. Start with ELMS 31997, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Winston to authorize the Atlanta Fulton County Recreation Authority on behalf of the Stadium Neighborhoods Community Trust Fund Committee to award grants in a total amount not to exceed $200,000.00 to fund various community service projects to benefit the Atlanta neighborhoods of Mechanicsville, Peoplestown, Pittsburgh, Summerhill, and portion of Grant Park, and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 31997 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
ELMS ID 31938, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Winston, amending the city's 2015-2019 consolidated plan, the 2023 Community Development Grant Fund budget, the 2015 Annual Action Plan budget, the 2016 Annual Action Plan budget, the 2017 Annual Action Plan budget, the 2018 Annual Action Plan budget, and the 2019 Annual Action Plan budget for the purposes of reprogramming Home Investment Partnership Program, funding an amount not to exceed $6,028,546.47 authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of Grants and Community Development to enter into service agreements with subrecipients for the purpose of executing various contractual agreements for projects that are assigned to the Department of Grants and Community Development and other departments of the city. All contracted work shall be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31938 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Elms ID 31902, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Winston, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta and the Department of Parks and Recreation to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Grant Park Conservancy for a base term of 5 years with an option to renew one additional 5-year term for the restoration, maintenance, and beautification of Grant Park and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31902 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Elms ID 31937, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Winston, an ordinance amending the city's 2020-2024 consolidated plan, the 2023 Community Development Grant Fund budget, the 2020 Annual Action Plan budget, the 21 Annual Action Plan budget, and the 22 Annual Action Plan budget for the purpose of reprogramming the Home Investment Partnership Program in an amount not to exceed $4,757,150.69, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of Grants and Community Development to enter into service agreements with subrecipients for the purpose of executing various contractual agreements for projects that are assigned to the Department of Grants and Community Development and other departments of the city. All contracted work shall be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31937 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
And lastly, Elms 32005, a resolution by Council members Jason Winston and Matt Westmoreland, a resolution authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $75,000.06 to House Pride to supporting the emergency home repairs for legacy residents in order to help prevent displacement and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32005 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. First two papers I am reading on behalf of Councilmember Waits. First is Elms number 32003, an ordinance by Councilmembers Keisha Waits and Matt Westmoreland, authorizing a donation in amount not to exceed $12,000.00 from the Post 3 at Large carry forward account to support various organizations assisting with youth violence prevention and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32003 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms number 31931, a resolution by Councilmembers Keisha Sean Waits and Matt Westmoreland, encouraging Atlanta Public Schools to include coursework about the history of Atlanta into their curriculum by developing a new state-approved course entitled Atlanta History that will serve to satisfy a unit of social science education and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31931 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Elms ID 31967, a supplemental ordinance by Councilmembers Matt Westmoreland and Jason Dozier, supplementing and amending the certain ordinance adopted by the Atlanta City Council on January 4th, 2021 and approved by the mayor on January 11th, 2021 relating to the city's housing opportunity program so that, one, to acknowledge and approve the use of an alternative benchmark interest rate in establishing the interest rate applicable to the Urban Residential Finance Authority of the City of Atlanta taxable drawdown revenue bond series 2021, currently authorizing the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $50 million. Two, approve an amendment to the Second Amendment amended and restated intergovernmental housing cooperation agreement to reflect the use of replacement benchmark interest rate. Three, provide for the enlargement of the authorized principal amount to the Series 2021 drawdown bond subject to certain conditions precedent. Four, authorize the mayor to acknowledge and agree to the First Amendment to continuing covenant agreement in connection with the sale of the Series 2021 drawdown bond, reflecting the replacement benchmark rate and the extended commitment termination date. And five, authorize certain land-related actions all in connection with the Housing Opportunity Program financed through the Finance Authority's issuance of the Series 2021 drawdown bond and for other related purposes.
Elms ID 31967 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID number 32001, an ordinance by Councilmembers Matt Westmoreland, Liliana Bakhtiari, Jason Winston, Marcy Overstreet, and Jason Dozier, authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total of blank dollars and 0 cents to Park Pride to support green space improvements and upgrades in communities across Atlanta and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32001 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
And finally, Elms ID number 32008, a resolution by council members Matt Westmoreland, Jason Winston, Dustin Hillis, Alex Wan, Byron Amos, Michael Julian Bond, Jason Dozier, Keisha Waits, Liliana Bakhtiari, Andrea Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, and Antonio Lewis, requesting that in conjunction with the City of Atlanta's Year of the Youth, the Commissioner of the Department of Parks and Recreation and the Chief Financial Officer conduct a study to determine the feasibility of eliminating usage fees for Atlanta Public Schools athletic teams at city fields, athletic courts, swimming pools, and other park and recreation facilities, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32008 will be jointly referred to the CDHS and Finance Exec Committees.
Thank you.
Councilmember Faroki.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have four papers. The first is Elms 32004, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-92B of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirements identified in Section 10-88.1 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for one wine specialty shop located at 405 North Angier Avenue and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32004 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
An ordinance by Elms 31999, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $2,000 to Inman Park Neighborhood Association and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31999 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
An ordinance by Councilmember Elms 31998, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki authorizing the transfer of $20,000.00 from the Council District 2 carry forward account to the Council District 2 distribution account to continue serving the Atlanta community for the public good and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31998 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
And finally, Elms ID 31893, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2023 general fund budget in the amount of $2,950,000.00 to reimburse the uncommitted fund balance for funds initially established for the one-time capital cost necessary to build out the Center for Diversion Services within the Atlanta City Detention Center, which will now be funded with bond proceeds, general obligation public improvement bonds, Series 2022A, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31893 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Bond? Yep. I'll let you sign those papers.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one, but I've got another paper that's forthcoming. I'm waiting on. Let's see. Elms ID number 31943, a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond to request neighborhood in need assistance elderly residents of 2937 Larchmont Court with the permitting and repairs needed to facilitate the replacement of windows that have deteriorated due to age and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31943 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
I've got another one coming.
Councilmember Amos.
Thank you, Mr. President. AMS number 31933, ordinance by Councilmember Byron Amos, ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Atlanta Workforce Development Agency, also known as WorkSource Atlanta, to accept a workforce innovation and opportunity at dislocated worker grant for rapid response activities from the Technical College System of Georgia Office of Workforce Development in the amount of $100,000 to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY23 Job Training Grant Fund budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations in the amount of $100,000 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31933 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Elms number 31948, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron Amos, an ordinance to authorize the mayor or his designee to authorize the chief financial officer to execute a master lease agreement with J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. for the acquisition of $100 Chargers and $100 Durangos with police packages and APD fleet, and 3 Chevy Tahoes and 1 GMC Yukon XL with police packages for mayoral detail on behalf of the Atlanta Police Department to execute special procurement agreements blank with blank Atkins, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Hardy family fleet in the amount not to exceed $12,109,782.90 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31948 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms number 31996, a resolution by Councilmember Byron Amos, a resolution authorizing the re-employment of City of Atlanta retiree Timothy Quiller, a deputy chief of the Department of Corrections for annual compensation not to exceed $104,860.00 to Section 3-505B of the Charter of the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31996 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Elms number 31994, a resolution by Byron Amos, a resolution expressing the City of Atlanta's support for the abandonment of portions of Griffin Street, now located between Bedford Street Northwest and Jefferson Street Northwest, the proposed abandonment area, to the extent that the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation concludes that the proposed abandonment area is no longer useful or necessary for the public's use and convenient as a public right-of-way, to allow for the proposed abandonment area to be included in the development for the improvement of public access to the English Avenue community and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31994 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Last one, Mr. President, Elms number 31959, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to waive certain provisions in Section 16-N.00101A of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance related to the Castleberry Hill Historic Regulations so as to allow for an eating and drinking establishment at 131 Walker Street and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31959 will be jointly referred to the Zoning and CRB committees. Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, President. Elms ID number 31947, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, Councilmember Jason Dozier, Councilmember Jason Winston, Councilmember Keisha Sean Waits, Councilmember Howard Shook, Councilmember Michael Julian Bunn, Councilmember Alex Wan, Councilmember Byron Amos, Councilmember Andrea Boone, Councilmember Amir Faruqi, an ordinance to ratify services rendered in connection with Agreement EAS 1220023 ARPA Gun Violence Prevention Services with Cure Violence Global in accordance with Section 21163 C1A, Article X, Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance, and to authorize the mayor or his designee to enter into an agreement, number 1, to the agreement to extend the term for 1 year beginning retroactively on December 20th, 2022, and ending on December 19th, 2023, on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Equity, Diversion, and Inclusion, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31947 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID 32007, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis and Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, authorizing a donation in the amount not to exceed $6,000.00 from the District 12 and Post 2 at large carry forward accounts to Blueprint 58 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32007 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
And my big bill for the day. Elms ID 320010, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis. An ordinance to amend Part 3, Land Development Code, Part 20, Short-Term Rentals, Section 20-1003, 20-1004, 20-1005, 20-1007, 20-1008, and for other purposes. Elms ID 32010.
Okay. Elms ID 32010 will be referred to the Zoning Committee. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. My first item is Elms ID number 31939, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier amending the city's 2020 to 2024 consolidated plan, the 2022 intergovernmental grant fund budget, and the 2020 annual action plan for the purpose of reprogramming funds for housing opportunities for persons with AIDS, Coronavirus Relief Act, also known as HOPWA CV, programs in an amount not to exceed $200,000.00, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of Grants and Community Development to modify the federal entitlement grant services agreement with Conresnick LLP to allocate additional housing opportunities for persons with AIDS, Coronavirus Relief Act, also known as HOPWA CB, funding in an amount not to exceed $200,000.00 for a period not to exceed March 31st, 2023, for the purposes of completion of environmental reviews for projects funded under the CDBG, Home, HOPWA, and ESG grant programs. All contracted work shall be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes. And for this item, a 10-day public comment period and public hearing is required. The public hearing will be held on February, that's not correct, February 6th? No, that's the item. We'll get that taken care of.
Elms ID 31939 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
All right, the next item is Elms ID number 31940, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier to amend Resolution 22-R-3716, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on June 21st, 2022, and approved by per City Charter Section 2-403 on June 29th, 2022, to update the funding accounts to reflect the correct account from which the awarded project will be charged to and paid from for the housing opportunities for persons with AIDS, also known as HOPWA, capital project agreement with Affordable Housing Solutions Incorporated, awarded in the amount not to exceed $226,268.00 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31940 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
All right, my last item is Elms ID number 31941, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier amending the city's 2020 to 2024 consolidated plan, the 2022 intergovernmental grant fund budget, and the 2020 annual action plan for the purpose of reprogramming funds for housing opportunities for persons with AIDS, Coronavirus Relief Act programs in an amount of $903,164.22. Authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of Grants and Community Development to enter into a contractual agreement with project sponsor Jerusalem House in an amount not to exceed $788,164.22, modifying the contractual agreement with project sponsor Open Hand Incorporated to increase funding in an amount not to exceed $115,000.00. Both agreements for a period not to exceed March 31st, 2023. All contracted work shall be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31941 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
That concludes my papers.
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
Thank you. The first is Elms number 31979, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, Antonio Lewis, Andrea Boone, Dustin Hillis, Matt Westmoreland, and I'm not recognizing most of these signatures, and willing to have more signatures because I think everyone would like to sign on to the Jazz Festival funding. So, okay. So I'm going to send it to you in a second. An ordinance authorizing the chief financial officer to remit funds collected from X in an amount not to exceed $500,000 to be used to fund the Atlanta Jazz Festival to be paid to and from accounts listed below and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31979 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
All right. Elms ID number 31995, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance amending 22-0-1635, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on August 15, 2022, and approved by the mayor on August 23, 2022, which established the Mayor's Office of International and Immigrant Affairs for the purpose of correcting accounting and personnel information in Section 6 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31995 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
All right, Elms ID, thank you. Elms ID number 31980, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the city of Atlanta to enter into contract renewal option number 1 with Forestay Services LLC SPS 1120303 stage services on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs in an amount not to exceed $19,825.00. All contracted work to be paid for, charged to, and paid from funding numbers listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31980 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Okay, ELMS ID number 31981, a resolution by Marcy Collier Overstreet, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the city of Atlanta to enter into contract renewal, option number 1 with Atlanta Productions, doing business as Music Masters, SP-S-1 220302 sound audio services on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs in an amount not to exceed $26,165.40. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from funds numbers listed below and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31981 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you. ELMS ID number 31982, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the city of Atlanta to enter into contract renewal option number 2 with Premier Events LLC, SP-S-12003667, Festival Management Services on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs in an amount not to exceed $41,500.00. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from funding numbers listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31982 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Okay. ELMS ID number 31983, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the city of Atlanta to enter into a contract renewal option number 2 with Witten Management Incorporated, IFB-S-1210091, Waste Management Services on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs in an amount not to exceed $40,500.00. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from funding numbers listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31983 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Okay, last one. ELMS ID number 31984, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the city of Atlanta to enter into contract renewal option number 2 with D&B Rentals Incorporated, doing business as Atlanta Tent Rental, IFB-S-1210093, rentals on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs in an amount not to exceed $30,835.00. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from funding numbers listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31984 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier. All right, Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you, Council President. I have 4 items today. First is Elms ID number 31990, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to provide funding from the Council District 5 discretionary fund account to the Atlanta Department of Transportation to be used to fund a traffic study in the Reynoldstown neighborhood to assess the need for any safety improvements such as traffic calming devices, reduced speeds or stop signs, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31990 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 31963, resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari denouncing the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran for its continued violence against the Iranian people, denouncing any and all entities which have not taken action against or continue to support the suppressive regime, and calling for the instatement of a democratically elected government for the Iranian people and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31963 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Y'all need to get together. Elms ID number 32002, a resolution by Councilmembers Liliana Bakhtiari and Matt Westmoreland authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $75,000.00 to Neighbor in Need to support emergency home repairs for legacy residents in order to help prevent displacement and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32002 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
And last, Elms ID number 31908, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, Jason Winston, Amir Faroqi, Byron Amos, Jason Dozier, Alex Wan, Dustin Hillis, Andrea Boone, Marcy Overstreet, Antonio Lewis, and Matt Westmoreland, requesting that the City of Atlanta defined Benefit Pension Plan Investment Board, aka the Investment Board, divest city employee pension funds from private prisons by 2030, and requesting that no further investments be made into such companies starting in FY24 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31908 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID number 31988, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance waiving the competitive source selection requirements contained in Article Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, and authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into agreements with performers, artists, media outlets, and sponsors for the 2023 Atlanta Jazz Festival in Atlanta, and allowing the Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs to charge admission fees for select events at the festival, and directing that all Jazz Festival revenues and expenses be deposited and expended from the accounts listed below and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31988 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID number 31899, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the city's chart of account by creating a new special revenue fund for recording American Rescue Plan relief funds, ARPA, received from the federal government, HR 1319, 117th Congress, 2021 to 2022, to rescue the economy. All ARPA budgets, posted revenue, and posted expenses for fiscal year 2023 shall be moved from Fund 2508 into the newly created Fund 2509 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31899 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID number 31985, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into contract renewal option number 1 with Atlanta Productions DBA Music Matters SPS 1220304, lighting services on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs in an amount not to exceed $20,286.60. all contracted work to be charged to and paid from funding numbers listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31985 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID number 31986, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone authorizing the mayor, his designee, on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into contract renewal option number 2 with Phoenix Concessions LLC, SPS 1200368, vendor management services on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs. All contract revenue to be deposited into all revenue shall be deposited into accounts listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31986 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID number 31987, and a resolution authorizing the mayor, his designee, on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into contract renewal number 2 with Sunbelt Rentals, Inc., IFB S1210329, electrical services on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs in an amount not to exceed $45,947.00. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from funding numbers listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31987 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Wan.
Thank you, Mr. President. First one is Elms ID number 31895, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2023 general fund budget in the amount of $6 million to reimburse the uncommitted fund balance for funds utilized to support the emergency demolition and reconstruction of Cheshire Bridge Road due to the natural gas fire, which will now be funded with T-Splosh proceeds and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31895 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID 31894, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the city's chart of accounts for the purpose of renaming the Special Revenue Fund 2508 that was established for the CARES Act funding allocated to the City of Atlanta for the purpose of recording coronavirus relief funds received from the United States government, Department of Treasury, from CARES Act 2020 to COVID-19 response grants and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31894 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 32000, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing the transfer of $5,000.00 from the Council District 6 carry forward account to the Council District 6 distribution account to continue serving the Atlanta community for the public good and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32000 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
And Elms ID 32006, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to refund customers for overpayments to water and sewer accounts in an amount of blank, all funds to be charged to and paid from fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32006 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Hillis.
Item number 1, Elms 31991, a resolution by Council Members Dustin Hillis, Matt Westmoreland, and Michael Julian Bond, requesting the mayor his designee to prohibit parking on the south side of Forest Street northwest from Howell Mill Road to Berkeley Avenue, to install signage at the appropriate locations along the prohibited area and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31991 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 31992, an ordinance by Council Members Dustin Hillis, Matt Westmoreland, and Michael Julian Bond to amend Chapter 150, Traffic and Vehicles, Article 4, titled Stopping, Standing, and Parking of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to add a new Division 11 titled Berkeley Park Permit Parking, and to waive certain requirements of the City Code section numbers listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31992 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 31891, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2023 general fund budget by transferring appropriation in advance from the uncommitted fund balance to non-departmental in the amount of $7,500,000.00 for the acquisition of 75 acres of land from the Conservation Fund to increase parks, green space, and recreation and watershed land in the city to be reallocated to various departmental operating budgets and for other purposes.
Elms ID 3189-1 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID 31932, an ordinance by council members Dustin Hillis, Matt Westmoreland, Michael Julian Bond, Mary Norwood, Andrea Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Byron Amos, Amir Faroki, Howard Shook, Alex Swan, Jason Winston, Jason Dozier, Liliana Bakhtiari, and Antonio Lewis, authorizing the establishment of a board for the purpose of promoting public trust in the reuse of the former site of the Chattahoochee Brick Company and engaging in a transparent, thoughtful, inclusive, and collaborative process for the visioning, planning, and designing of the site as a memorial, green space, and park, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31932 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
That completes my items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Norwood.
Elms 31888, an ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood to establish a moratorium on subdivisions splitting lots into 2 or more segments in the Tuxedo Park neighborhood for 30 days and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31888 will be jointly referred to the Zoning and CRB Committees.
Elms 31949, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Channing Drive between Howell Mill Road and Sandberry Place and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31949 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 31966, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood authorizing a donation in an amount to exceed not to exceed $50,000.00 to Chastain Horse Park, a Georgia nonprofit corporation, to support its mission of empowering riders of all abilities through life-changing relationships with horses, also authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to charge to and pay the donation authorizing hereby from the account numbers listed herein, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 31966 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Councilmember Bond, I think you had one additional paper.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is Elms ID number 32012, signed by myself, Council members Boone, Overstreet, Amos, Westmoreland, Winston, Hillis, Lewis, and there's one other I can't make out. I apologize. Requesting the mayor of the city of Atlanta, a resolution requesting the mayor of the city of Atlanta or his designee identify funds in the amount of $5,000.00 in support of the Black Music, Entertainment, Walk of Fame, development, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32012, we refer to the Finance Exec Committee. Any other papers for referral today? Hearing none, we'll move to general remarks of the body. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to announce that this week, Wednesday, February the 8th, this week's HelloFresh food distribution will be at the Simpson Road Baptist Church at 2015 Joseph E. Boone Boulevard, 30314, at 3 p.m. this Wednesday. And of course, there's no prerequisite to receive this help. Second helpings, the City of Atlanta, Pratt Industries, partner to provide over 8,000 meals a week. Donation from HelloFresh USA to deserving Atlanta families. If you don't need it, please pass the word along. Food insecurity is unfortunately very real in Atlanta, and Atlanta is, I believe, designated the second highest city in the nation for inflation, and that includes food. So if you need it, please come. If you don't, please pass the word along. Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
I just want to thank everyone who came out to our job fair last week. We had and give you a quick update on it, in one department, we had over 480 people touch points, and this is in Parks and Recreation. 51 on-site interviews, 6 off-site interviews, and 161 applications received in that period. So I want to say I appreciate to the folks that came out to the job fair. I appreciate the HR department for sending in staff to actually hire folks and actually doing the job on the back end. Next, I want to make sure I let folks know about our State of the District. That will be going on February 18th at Atlanta Metropolitan State College. It will be from 5 to 7, and it will be our State of the District, in which we'll talk about everything we've done in the past year. We'll look at stuff going on forward. Also, because of the high amount of people that came, we'll be offering jobs there as well. We'll be bringing over some HR departments who will be doing job interviews, so you can come hear about the district and get a job at the same time. Thank you.
Councilmember Boone.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank District 5 Councilmember Liliana Battiera for taking the lead on the death of young Mr. DeBose, who was tragically killed in District 10. I would also like to thank Mr. Courtney English and Theo Pace, Mayor Dickens, for being so very concerned for that family. Thank you all, and especially Mr. Matt Westmoreland and District 5 Councilmember Liliana Battiera. Thank you all so much for your care and concern for the District 4 resident. I think he lived in Mr. Dozier's district, and very caring and sweet mother. We will be following up with her. She was able to receive extra resources, so for that we are grateful.
Councilmember Amos.
Yes, Mr. President, very quickly, just want to say thank you to everyone, all my colleagues, friends, and everyone in the city of Atlanta for the kind words and support after my car accident, so thank you for that. Also, I want to say thank you to everyone who supported the district and all of our conversations with the mayor's office, as well as making sure that Walmart stayed on ML King Jr. Drive. And then last but not least, we got several anniversaries here, some in January and some in February, but Vanessa Walden, Wasana Griffin, Sean Brown, and my very own DJ Terry work anniversaries was actually in January. And then in February, we got Dest Andrews, Miss Matt Michaels, Shante Williams, and then Miss Teresa Payne as well. All city employees that have started with us, just want to say happy anniversary to them.
Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Firstly, I just want to say thank you to the Department of Parks and Recreation. We had a phenomenal public safety meeting around Rosa L. Birney Park. We've had a number of gun violence incidents there near the park in the last 2 years. Most egregiously, 6 people were shot last year in the park, 2 people lost their lives. And this was the resultant of the community outcry and outrage about that incident. And it was a phenomenal meeting that the Department of Parks and Recreation led, and we have some action items that we're going to be pushing forward with. So I'm really thankful for their leadership and Commissioner Cutler's leadership. And then to Councilmember Boone's point and Councilmember Bakhtiari, if y'all speak with the mother again, please let her know. I've been trying to get a hold to her for the last 3 weeks, calls and text messages. Let her know that myself and my office does care, and we want to support where we can, but just want you to know that it's not for lack of trying on our part. We want to make sure we can connect with her as best as possible.
Councilmember Overstreet.
Thank you. I just want to remind everyone about the services for our first African-American First Lady, Bunny Jackson Ransom. Her services are Monday at 10 a.m. at Ebenezer Baptist Church, and that is open to the public. On Sunday, February 12th, the wake starts at 4:30 until 5:30 at Murray Brothers Chapel, which is on Cascade, that area, right behind McDonald's is where the Murray Brothers Chapel is. And before the actual wake services, all of her organization services will happen, and that will start at 2 o'clock, beginning with Delta Sigma Theta, the Links Incorporated, Jack and Jill of America Incorporated, and 100 Black Women. So all of that will happen at Murray Brothers on the 12th, and the actual service will happen on February 13th, Monday, at 10 a.m. at Ebenezer Baptist Church. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I just have two briefly. One, consistently are comments from the public regarding the order in which public comment takes place and other matters. Those are all items, just to remind everyone, those are all items that are in fact in the rules of council. And in order for those to be changed, either the order or the amount of time or other issues related to public comment, it would take an act of council to do so. The other is, I just wanted to clarify something that came up in Transportation Committee. I had pointed out that on the website there was a notion that more MARTA funds might have to have an annual audit because of the state law. In fact, in doing research with our law department, I want to thank them for that. That is true when it comes to normal T-SPLOST funds, but it is not true when it comes to more MARTA. More MARTA was actually legislated by the state under a separate law, and that law that specifically allowed more MARTA to go to referendum did not require an annual audit. So I wanted to clarify that because I had raised the question and had committed to following up with law, and I do appreciate law for clarifying that. Any other items in general remarks? Hearing none, I will ask the Deputy Clerk to please sound the adjourning roll call. Oh, Councilman Amos, did you have to please sound the adjourning roll call?
Council President Shipman.
Present.
Council members at large Michael Bond. Here. Matt Westmoreland. Keisha Shawn Waits. Council members District 1, Jason Winston. Amir Faroki. Byron Amos. Jason Dozier. Liliana Bakhtiari. Alex Wan. Howard Shook. Mary Norwood. Dustin Hillis. Andrea Boone. Marcy Collier Overstreet, and Antonio Lewis.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by Bakhtiari. Seconded by Westmoreland. Without objection, be unanimous consent, we are adjourned.